go here. Got my coffee, got some other work items out of the way. So I'm going to be focused on JupyterHub again. But this time we're going to be focusing on getting images ready to be published into JupyterHub. And I talked about this in another stream, but we're going to be focused specifically on creating images and customizing images that don't require Docker to be installed on your local desktop. So we're going to be trying to do some in-cluster builds, and I'll see how that goes. But that's going to be the goal, because we've decided we kind of concluded last time that we don't really want to allow people to type in the name of images. We want to have some level of vetting of the images before they get put into the list of images that are shown on the profile list. There was some question about whether the profile list would be a thing. The profile list is the thing that appears on the screen. So I'm sorry, I got to clear my screen. So we're not going to be messing with that. So anything other than that. We found out that the template input does not allow customization beyond how the profile list appears. You cannot disassociate an image from a profile name, as far as we have discovered so far. It's definitely the desire of the people that made the JupyterHub Helm chart, and that makes things extremely problematic if we're gonna go further beyond it. Specifically because it would have to really be customized inside of JupyterHub itself. It would have to make that form do more than just send, hey, I have this image here. It's possible it could be done, but it's unlikely, and I think there's a lot of reasons that we shouldn't do it at this point. I think it's overkill, first of all. It might have been one of the original goals of the project, but I think it's completely overkill. I think it was a made-up demand or need from the users. I don't think the users actually want that. I think the users want to be able to load their own notebooks, which is different than their own images, and that is definitely something that can be done right now with the default, and could be supplemented by mounting, shares into the cluster and allowing people to run as their user. Those are all things that can be done with the existing Helm chart and added in. So there's two main things that are on the goals on today. I'm going to be going until 2 o'clock today, and I might have to break it up though, because YouTube might get mad at us if we do that long of a video. Would that be it'd be like a 5-6 hour video, right? So I think that's fine. I think if it's under 10 hours, you can still post it to YouTube. But I don't know. We might break it up in the middle, and I'll have lunch or something. But so the two primary goals are we need to build an image. I'm going to put this down here like we have been doing. So we need to build an extended approved JupyterHub image. And we found out that there are some very specific demands of JupyterHub images that that are not documented. And as far as we know, we went through all the documentation, couldn't find it. They basically just said, you need to subclass one of our existing images or make your own. And I imagine that means rip apart one of the standard ones and understand what's needed and what's minimal. I don't know if we're going to be able to justify that amount of organization participation from everybody to be able to do that. I don't know. We'll see. I want to check something really quick. I think my sound might be messed up. So I'm just going to make sure it's in. Sometimes it fails over to my Brio instead of the built-in. Nope, it's still the right one. Okay. So that's what we need to do. We need to be able to build an image, even if we only have to do that for our own purposes, because we are definitely going to have images to build, whether they're submitted to us. And even if we allow other people to build the images, we're going to have to document how to build the images, which means, in my case, we need to have This is a very legitimate need for training and a standard way to do this. This is actually doesn't exist in my organization right now. Um, this is one of the reasons I've been researching Minikube and a bunch of other things, because we need to be able to tell people how to do it. Hey, MK. How to find you on Twitch? If you, it's in the title. RBX, RBXRob.tv. I Black Mouse. So we need to understand the post start stuff. And this is a place that allows us to add code, I assume Python code. But no, it's not. It can be shell code even. And we talked about using the post start stuff, and we need to explore pulling a post start script so that we can manage separately from the Helm chart. I don't want to have to update the Helm chart every time we make a change to the post start script. So we can emulate that in our environment here. We're kind of getting on the border of where I'm going to have to move back into our dev environment to do stuff, because stuff is so specific. But I don't want to prematurely do that because I want to still be able to iterate over testing stuff locally, not to mention other people who might want to have the same sort of thing. So there are a number of ways to do this. Let me see if I can find another one. And we had a rather experienced person, Billy, suggests that we look at another method for building Docker images within the cluster. I talked a little bit about the advantages of doing that. It's not intuitive. It's not something you can just throw out there and do. If you don't have a process for it within your organization, I think that you need to kind of pause and just establish what you want to do with this. The bottom line is, how is your company, your organization going to build Docker images? Bottom line, what is the process, if you have one, or what are the processes, I guess, that are approved within your company to build Docker images? And we have a number of things, that we do here. I don't need to get into all of them, but it is, people, most of the people in my company don't know they can't run Docker Desktop anymore. So they just don't know that. And they don't allow them to run Docker on the login systems because it's root. So this puts us in kind of a quandary because, what is your standard process? What is your process for your company? What are you going to tell people when they ask? You got new hires, you can say, how are you going to build Docker images? Why do you need to build Docker images? Well, because I want to customize images in HPC, and I'm going to need to put other tools in there that you may not be including, blah, blah, blah. Why do you have an internal registry if we can't build our own images? Bottom line, why are we giving people access to an internal registry and then we don't provide any method for them to create their own images? That's up to you. You have to figure it out. It's up to you and your team. And that's fine. I guess it's fine for some organizations. It's not. I don't think it's a good practice. I think you should take some leadership and decide, here are the ways that you can do it. Choose your own adventure kind of thing. Pick which one you find best matches your team, and you should really, particularly if you're running the IT support shop, you should be willing to say, hey, this is our supported method. This is the way that we suggest you do it. This is the way that's worked for us. And among those methods, I think you should have one that does not use anything but the cluster. So you say, run this script, make a Docker file, and run this script and pass it to Docker, and you will have an image and it will stick it in the registry for you. And that is doable. There are scripts out there that do that. And there's images out there. One of them I want to look at right away, actually, is something called Canico that my friend told me about, which which does this kind of thing. So I have a meeting today at 2 about it. Within the cluster. So this actually uses the Kubernetes pod to do the building for you without exposing the mounted socket or anything from the node's container runtime or any of that. So which is another reason another reason you should have policies on this is because people are definitely, hi Hansky, people are definitely doing this stuff. People are bypassing. I mean, they have to have admin access to do that, but there are definitely people on the infrastructure team, people with access who are bypassing all the normal safeties and just going right on, the machines that host the nodes and just running Docker, because you have to have a Docker container runtime there. And the Docker container runtime, as we just read the other day, does not necessarily have to be used for Kubernetes. It can be. So you can have a container runtime on any machine and use it separately as if you're just going to use the container engine on there. Or you can, use the container engine as a part of it being a node, with kubelet and all that, kubeproxy. And I think that's the third component. I'm kind of reinforcing my own learning I did this weekend. There's 3 main components of to be able to call a machine a node in Kubernetes. You have to have a kubelet, which is the agent that talks. You have a kube proxy that handles all of the network communication through which the kubelet talks, and then you have a container runtime of some kind, container D, Creo, whatever. You have to have those 3 things on the system, and if you don't use something like Minikube, you have to install them, and then you can turn anything into using your kubeadm commands, which I haven't learned yet, how into a node for a Kubernetes cluster. So that means there's already going to be a container runtime on any node, and so there is a tool. There's a tool called Canico, which I know nothing about, which we're going to research a little bit. That is an image that is, I understand it to be a method for building Docker images without. It creates its own socket and everything for its own underlying socket. I did find some interesting information. I'll just go ahead and report right now from during my research this weekend. It was actually shared with me by one of the people on the high up in the Kubernetes world, that Podman has supported cgroups v2 all along. I actually made a video about why I think Podman is not so bad. I noticed Minikube seems to be using it as opposed to the containerd. I don't know for sure. I'm not positive on that particular point yet, but it would appear that specifically that the cgroups v2 is not going to require a socket at all. I'm talking about a socket file, Unix socket file, a pipe or whatever you call it, var run docker.sock, right? That file is potentially going to go away with cgroups v2, or already has. I don't know. So I don't understand. Cgroups is the underlying Linux technology that enables Docker to exist in containers at all. Hey, coders, and so that'll be interesting to see how that goes. It's kind of irrelevant to the current conversation, but I thought it was kind of interesting. It does relate to the problem of like which var run docker.sock do you mount. Canico, again, as I said, if Canico is using the host system socket and mounting it into the cluster and using that, would be bad, because that's a bad practice. You're not supposed to use, if you can even get to it, you're not supposed to use that, because Kubernetes uses that, and that's a security risk. So we're doing JupyterHub and Kubernetes. So we have a Canico method at Dockerfile. I'm at work actually, and I'm gonna go read about Canico right now and kind of get up to date on it. Let me set this to log. So what is Canico? I don't know how to say it. So Google Container Tool. So this comes from Google, apparently. You can't put that in the name. Espresso, what is it kind of? Educative.io. Let's go check this one out. I think there's lots of people writing about Kaneko is an open Kaneko, I don't know, is an open source that allows users to create containers inside their Docker file without root access. In their Docker file without root access. It can be run in standard Kubernetes cluster, Google Kubernetes engine, or any other environment. Kaneko takes 3 arguments: the Docker file, the build context, and the name of the output registry. In other words, it's going to push it up to that registry, tag it. The image is built from scratch. The Kaneko executor fetches and extracts the base image from the file system, and then executes each command, taking a snapshot at each one. The snapshot is created in user space by walking the file system and comparing it to the previous snapshot. It appends modifications of the file system as a new layer to the base image, which makes changes to the meta image and image metadata. The image is then pushed to the given registry, where Kaneko unpacks the file system and executes commands and snapshots created in the user space. It uses tar for a lot of this too. It's pretty cool. Running Kubernetes on a Kubernetes. Before running, ensure that the pod specs look something like this. A user needs to mount a Kubernetes secret to push the final image onto the registry. And that depends. No, they'll have to do a secret. That's right. Yep. I'm just thinking about how to do this because I don't think there's a registry included inside of Minikube. I don't know if we can test this inside of Minikube. I don't know if there's a registry included. We need to figure it out because in Kind I have it. In Kind I have a private registry because I have a plugin that added it. We're going to kind of go into Google Cloud. Blah blah blah. I mean, we could do it. We could do it and use the. It's included as a plugin. No, I've never used Emacs, nor do I intend to. For many reasons. The minimum which is you can't use it on the test for anything. So, but it's lots of people use it. So whatever. Make add-ons list. You think? Yeah. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. So let's do this. MK. I see Black Mouse is back at it with me. So it is an add-on, right? You should definitely give it a try. I didn't have the heart to even give it a try. I actually tried to boot it up and I was like, no. All the control stuff, I was like, fuck that. I'm not doing that. You can't be kidding me. It's only MK add-ons enable registry. That's it? And his Minikube, what's it? Oh my God, Black Mouse is helping me as usual. It's worth his weight in gold. If it's a he, I don't know. It is evil mode that allows you to use Vim key bindings. Yeah, so what? That's not even the best part of Vim is the key bindings. The best part of Vim is Vim. Using the pipe command and Unix methods and everything. Please, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. There's so many people who don't understand why Vim is good because they don't use Vim properly. They don't understand how to do this. They don't understand stuff like this. Okay, watch. Bam, bam. New, let's see, H now. How did I do that? I ran a script and then replaced the current line with the output of the script. If I had the number of Vim users who know how to do that, or this is even better. Plus divided by, all right. Scale equals 2. I'm going to send that little math function. I'm going to send it through the BC command and replace it with its output. How many of you knew how to do that in Vim before you did Vim? No one. No one knows how to do that. Until you actually know how to use Vim, don't make a decision. I'm just tired of that. It's like I sound like a broken record saying it. I'm not mad at you. I feel like a broken record because it was like, oh, I'm going to do this. I have this great plugin to do the same thing. You know what their plugin is? Unix. Oh, I will never be done ranting about that. That's one of my biggest pet peeves in the world. All right, so Kaneko is open source, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's get to registry. We're focused on, let's go back to our log. So I'm gonna take some stuff on my learning log here. So enable, this might need its own little video. All right, so enable, what are we doing? Enable registry. By the way, this is the reason that I want to have my own chat that I can see, where I can upvote who gets, and I'm actually so cool because I'm going to have profiles of users and like user groups So if I have a set of user groups that are really, really good with Kubernetes, in my version of the chat that I can see, I will set that group as priority so that the people who are participating in the current conversation about JupyterHub and Kubernetes will always rise to the top. And the people asking me about Emacs and Vim during a Kubernetes and JupyterHub video will be shot to the bottom. I won't even see their chat because they don't read the title and they love asking questions that are completely unrelated to the topic. And that's fine. You should be able to do that. You should always be able to do that because I don't want you to feel silenced. I want you to ask your questions, and that's fine. We'll have other people in the chat answer the questions for you, but I don't want to see it because it derails me. And so that's why I'm asking everybody to send me your registration information, which is just your email address, and that can be anonymous. There's a video on that. All right. So, all right. Enable registration because right now I can't go back to the chat. I can't go back to the Twitch chat and read the relevant comments because it's now flooded with a bunch of shit that's unrelated. This has bothered me since the beginning of using Twitch, and it's just only going to get worse the more people that come in here. I'm not telling people to not ask their questions. I want them to, but I want to be able to isolate and communicate with the people that are in my stream that are without having them use direct DMs and stuff. All right, so nobody's made anything like that, by the way. There's no tool that it does that exists. Enable registry. So John Fox, how are you? Got to go to bed. Bye. Look forward to the next iteration of the community. Try to drop in a bit more. Yeah, it's fine. Just all I'm asking is I'm just gonna say it again. Just if you want to be in the community, I mean, you can come. You don't have to join the community, but if you want to be in my community that I keep track of, I need a unique identifier, which is your email address, which means you need to send me an email with a little bit of an application about who you are and why you want to join. It doesn't need to be much. It can just be, I would like to join your community, the end. And here's my Twitch ID. I need your Twitch ID and I need your email. Your email can be anonymous though, so. And we're going to shut them down. We're not going to give any air to the trolls. We're not going to give any air to the trolls and the drama queens on Twitch. No more air for them to light their explosive fires anymore, ever. We're gonna suffocate them. All right, so enable registry in Minikube. Enable registry plugin, which I didn't know existed until today because of Black Mouse, thank God. So I'm so glad, but see now I can't read his comment because it's freaking off the screen. MK add-ons list. All right, so I'm going to make a little video about how to do this because I want to remember it. It's all stuff I need to do, so it's work related. No, nothing bad there. MK add-ons list. Minikube profile list to view all profiles. Oh, we don't have any clusters yet. Actually, I don't need that. Or do you need it? I wonder. So I'm going to do MK. I'm going to start a new one. MK start. Actually, I think we have this in the build already, right? Yeah. Yep, you do. I have a setup that's been doing all this stuff. See, we set the driver and everything. I'm very proud of this. And it doesn't have, okay, I forgot about that. So we can do this. We can do beta setup. And I probably need to add the plugin thing. Is the plugin thing? It's probably, well, we'll find out. I have a feeling the plugin thing is external to Minikube, any specific Minikube profile. All right, I have a question. Are the plugins in Minikube associated with a specific profile? Yes or no? I'm going to put that on my questions list. They are? Really? Okay. That's important. That's a really important thing. Enable registry plugin in Minikube. Learned Minikube plugins. 2 clusters with different plugins. Really? Learn Minikube plugins are specifically assigned to profiles. That's like a big thing for me. So this is great because I have not been, I kind of went down the road of learning kind plugins a little bit, but I still need to learn Minikube plugins. And so I think that's part of like a Minikube sort of mini class, like a mini lab or whatever. You know, I'm probably going to make a video about it right now, about how to use Minikube as a private registry. That's like it's really, really key information for me, like really key. So I need to know how to do that. Hey, there we go. There's our pods. An add-on is just another pod in a separate namespace. So in that sense, it's a controller, kind of, right? It's not a controller. Probably doesn't have a follow the controller pattern, but it's just another pod, right? Interesting. That's super interesting. Thank you for that. That's very, very useful information. Hopefully someone else gets useful information out of that too. I'm loving Minikube more and more every day. I really am. It just seems like it's got so much more to it. Why isn't my hub happy? Oh, it's pulling the image. That's why. Yeah. I have pull always probably because there's no cluster. That's actually different. Minikube. So if you delete a profile in Minikube, when you restart it up, it actually cleaned it all out, right? So when you I know this is about kind. Kind, you can delete a cluster in kind, but all the images that it used to build up, they stay. It doesn't delete them. You have to explicitly delete all the images, which is nice when you're like bringing back up a new cluster that uses the same images. It could be a completely different cluster in kind. And when you bring it up, it will reuse the images that are already there and it will grab it. But as you see here, I'm like, why is it taking so long for Hub to come up? Because it had to pull the image again. Because Minikube clearly just like totally destroys what was ever there before. Because the container runtime engine that's running is running within the virtual machine and not the other way around. I imagine the modern version of Minikube, which now will by default run within the current Docker instance that's running there, does the same thing. Probably steals a lot of the ideas from Kind, all open source, thank God, and probably does it quicker. And so for the effect is faster. You get the same thing, but your interface is the same for Minikube. The thing that's so great about Minikube is that you have so many different options for how you want to run it. So if you want it to be a truly, consistent with your environment, you can vary the number of CPUs. You can even, I understand, I haven't done it. I understand you can actually have a separate VM be a participant. The other thing about Minikube too is that you can have 2 or 3 Minikube profiles running at the same time, and you can test multi-cluster deployments, which is something that you cannot do with, I guess Kind you can do it. Yeah, never mind. You can't do it with Kind. It doesn't matter. It's the control plane is just different network space and everything. Yeah, you can. It's just not as easy. I don't know if it's as easy. I don't know. My point is that it took a little time for my hub to pull down and be ready, and the reason is because I had to pull the image again, because the image doesn't exist, right? It didn't go look at my local Docker Hub instance, my local Docker desktop or whatever I have installed here. It didn't go in there and look for the image. It had to pull it from the internet or registry or wherever it is. So I now have JupyterHub running, which means that I can do B open. So let's just make sure everything's still working. Here is my image. And if I remember right, we can still do Jovian, whatever. And Jupyter, I always get that wrong. So, never. And, this is what we were testing. See this? We were testing making a pull down menu and doing something like that. And that actually does not work. This does not work. This is our last test. We're kind of in the middle. I needed to delete that test stuff out because it won't find it. Oh shit, I forgot to submit my timesheet. I have to take a break. I forgot my timesheet. I gotta do it right now. Okay, so I'll put music on. All right. All right, I got it. That wasn't too bad. I'm getting better at my timesheet. I'm able to do it faster now. I could probably automate it, but no, I'm not gonna do it. All right, so let's do this. We've got server options. We got the start. What else? What else? What else? What else? Visualize services visualization. Oh, I gotta read that tomorrow. That's later. All right, so we were looking. What were we doing? We were in the middle. Let me go look at my log because I don't remember. Yeah, okay. We got our cluster up. We were talking about running individual clusters, and running Minikube plugins to make a registry. So I'm going to add a registry plugin. What plugins are per? I'm really tempted. I'm going to do this whole thing, and I'm going to make a video for myself because I need to be able to refer back to the video. So I'm going to be making a Zettel cast for this thing. So how do we do that? We do MK profile list, and we'll see the ones we have. I have the JHub one that was created. When we make a new one, I should probably code this addition. So I'm going to do it by hand, and I'm going to put it in my build script. This is a common technique I use in order to remind myself. Yes, it automates it, but I'm doing it more to capture what the steps that I did, so I put it into a script. I'm not putting it in a script to be complicated or to flex or any of that. It's because I want to make sure I can go back and recreate the steps. And so when I do a setup for JHub, it's all there, and if I ever needed to recreate the steps, I go look at the lines of the script. It's another really important reason for you to learn Bash. I cannot overemphasize how important it is for you to learn Bash as a cloud native person. And that's one of the functional center points of the boost, which I actually did cover in 2021, and I will be recovering again. I'm trying to get my head around how I'm going to cover that. I'll be talking about that tonight, by the way. Tonight I'm going to be talking about boost content again. I haven't put that on the schedule yet, but that's going to be there. A little bit of coffee. All right, so we need to do the plugin. So plugins. If I forgot the command, I just hit tab. I don't see any reference to plugins. I'm trying to remember how to do this on my own without getting. Hey, Nafiz. Minikube stop. Does Minikube actually take it away? Like, does it remove it out of your environment so that it's going to allow me to play Dota? Is Minikube stop enough? It's really what I'm asking. There's no way to. I don't trust it. It's like, no, I gotta delete the whole thing. No, it's gone. It makes sense that it would, right? Because it's just a frozen VM image. I assume. I wish I knew the underlying. So it was thanks to Black Mouse. I actually just learned that VirtualBox has a command line interface. I've been using VirtualBox for more than a decade and had no idea it had a command line interface. No idea. I'm just so embarrassed by that. I had no idea. I know you got lots of information. It's great. It's fantastic. This is what I like about Linux and Cloud Native in general. There's always more to learn. There's just constantly, and if there's not more to learn, you can make it. If VBox has a remote interface too. Oh my God, for administration. I did not know that. That is insane. I gotta relook at. You gotta understand. I prematurely judged VBox as like it's not VMware. VMware is so much cleaner. It has a better interface graphically, right? Because I was always just using a graphic interface. You know me. It's like what the which is another reason I didn't like it. I was like gonna try to use KVM and QEMU and everything because they were, and Zen because I was gonna start doing that kind of thing on Linux. To be fair, I usually use VMware and Fusion and all that because I'm trying to get Linux on Windows or Mac. When I started my company, however, just kind of a side note, I ran GameMaker, which is a Windows-only tool, under VirtualBox on a Linux machine. And at the time, it was pass-through GPU stuff too. So I could run, at the time, Dota 2 wasn't supported under Linux. So I could run Dota 2 in Windows in my virtual machine with GPU acceleration on Linux. And it was just a matter of installing VirtualBox or VMware. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was VMware actually. And then the point is that I normally have not had it. I would never have guessed that a command line interface. Even though I wrote ESXi vSphere Perl integrations and stuff for auditing and things. It's crazy. So Virt Manager, right? Props for VMware for ESXi anyway. Yeah, ESXi and vSphere. I actually wrote Perl code that talked to it. I never made the connection that it also had a command line tool. I just thought it had an API for communicating. I really like the Minikube add-ons. Yeah, I have already bumped into a few add-ons, and I'm like, oh, I'm a big fan of add-ons. I really am. If you work at work all day here in the DoD, we only me and the CLI, really. Wow. Just you and the CLI are doing VMware. Wow. Actually, that's amazing. I'm reading some of the comments on Twitch. There will be no comments shared on the screen until I have the new approved community filters in place, because I can't risk, particularly these big, long 5-hour streams. I can't risk some trolling comment to hit my screen. So I apologize for that if you're listening. It does make it a little bit more podcast worthy, because if you're listening, I will generally state the name of the person who's making a comment and then go from there like that. But I'm just reading from the comments. I'm hunting and pecking, selecting out of them. Yeah. All right. So we are going to use Minikube add-on. We don't have any. We're going to add one. Minikube add-ons, tab. I guess enable registry. This is like built in. List. Oh, well, we did list, and there's nothing here. I already started it. I wonder if I don't have the profile set. I don't. All right. Wait, how do I change my profile? I know I can do it. I just don't know how. You can't change your default profile like you can in a list, can you? Can you? I know it's here, but I think I'm going to have to do -N to get to it every time. Yeah. Oh, right. MK profile and then the name. Yeah, I did this already. Duh. I did this. I forgot. So in Minikube, that is the same as config use context. So same thing. Yeah. Okay, so then... Oh, can you tab? No. Well, doesn't work. It gives you a list. But yeah. If you type the name, it actually switches, right? So now when I do MK profile, it'll just give me the one. Right? Okay. MK. So I don't want it though, because I was like, what? My add-ons. So where's my add-on command? Enable registry. I must have called it wrong. It's not a valid add-on. Registry. It's not going to give me a list, is it? Disable enable images. I'm going to keep add-on images. Add-on name. Do add-ons lists? I think there's none. There's nothing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Registry. There it is. Oh, there's no E. Whoopsie. Enabled storage provisioner. Oh my god. It's got a GPU device plugin too? What? It has Istio. It has an Istio plugin? Oh my god. It has Istio. So I can deploy Istio without having to fuck around. Holy shit. I don't know why I was using Kind. It has ingress and everything? Fuck. Oh my god. This is so phenomenal. I can actually model my environment exactly with Istio and everything. And this is, I can't tell you how awesome this is. I know. It's got a dashboard, ambassador auto pause. Oh my god. It's got Helm Tiller. No, we won't be having any Helm 2.0 today. It's not a large list, but still it's fine. It has ingress and Istio. Already I'm done. It has KubeVirt. It has KubeVirt built in. Oh shit. We gotta try. KubeVirt is a virtual machine that runs inside Kubernetes. People use this to set up their own workspaces. GCP auth I haven't played with yet. GCP auth? It has GCP auth in here? No way. So you can put like authentication in it. AFK. I haven't used them at all, so I don't know how they work at all. Oh my god, the dashboard is a plugin. Thank God. I hate the dashboard. It took me like 4 months before I even realized that Kubernetes has a dashboard. Oh, is it analog? I don't know it. I don't know that one. The NVIDIA driver install is a big deal though. Yeah, this is big because this means I can do HPC image testing. You got to have GPU support, or you can't do that. Where's Elastic? Where's Elastic? Elastic's not in here, is it? Elasticsearch? Oh, Logstash. Oh, right. Log viewer. OLM, Hub Security Registry. I didn't realize that's what EFK was. I had to put that in my log. Today I learned. Yeah. I don't even need to put that there. I did not know. Elk equals Elastic. Elasticsearch is a core thing. It's almost plus Fluent, yeah. Is it Elasticsearch or Elasticsearch? I think it's Elasticsearch if I remember right. It's one of the things on the. I should probably show the viewers at home. I should probably show them what I'm talking about because they're like, why is he so excited? I know I just say Elastic too, but then it's not, yeah. Elasticsearch. That is not it. I have their mug. It's ES. Hey Vera. I'm playing around with not KubeVirt, but the other one. Did you see KubeVirt's included in Minikube? You probably knew that. What is Elasticsearch? Elastic.co. So this elk. So apparently it can sound cool if you use elk. So elk equals Elastic, which is a search thing, plus FluentD, plus Kibana, which, you know, Kibana is all over it, Mr. Robot. When he starts owning the Chinese Red Army, it's FluentD, right? Oh, it has Logstash? Oh, wait. Oh, it's Logstash. Oh, well, I wonder which one we use. I don't know which one to use. There's lots. Kibana. Elk. There's elk and EFK. We don't. Well, we have Elastic and Kibana. This is why you like ES, right? Elasticsearch. ECK. I'm writing them down anyway. I don't care. You guys think it's stupid. I'm not understanding. This must be the piece that stores the logs. I don't know what that part is. Kibana. I want to understand these things, so I'm going to write them down. The FluentD. Plus Kibana. So we use the beats to upload the logs, not Logstash. Yeah. I've been struggling with Kibana visualizations. Yeah, they're crazy. Is that Grafana instead of Kibana? Graylog instead of Kibana. Oh my God. Well, now we know. I'm a noob. I didn't say I wasn't a noob. We have their top tier, so they're teaching our users how to make graphs. Yeah. This is the G is we're not using Logstash. We're using Graylog, whatever that is. I don't know. Okay, to our users out there who are confused, all of these names we're throwing around are somewhere included in the CNCF landscape. So go to landscape.cncf.io. This has been a public service announcement from your Cloud Native Foundation friend. I am not in the foundation, but all this stuff is listed here, right? So these are all the different pieces you can plug in to create a different stack. And apparently associating all the logging and visualization together into three pieces is a stack. And so that's what's up. I'm not going to spend much more time on that. What was the K? What was the C again? EFG, is that fluent? I mean, I guess this is kind of overkill, but I don't care. What is the C in EC? Is that just, I don't know. What is it? Very log's painful. Yeah. Very, very opinionated log viewer store. Use it properly, but always prefer Kibana to everything. Most do, from what I'm reading. So if you're new like me, you're trying to decide which of these things I should learn, because there's lots. It's just the tip of the iceberg. You think learning Kubernetes was you're done? Nope. There are so many things that you have to learn in addition to Kubernetes to make any infrastructure really work. And that's why I'm asking. Oh, there's Harbor. Harbor's a graduated project now? I didn't know that. Open Policy Agent, and that's Gatekeeper. Otherwise known as Gatekeeper. They don't put Gatekeeper on there anywhere. It's kind of confusing. I wish they would. But it's not used just for, it's not Gatekeeper just for Kubernetes. So it's not used just for other thing. Elk, official Kubernetes operator. ECK, Elastic Cloud on Kubernetes. ECK. What is that? That doesn't mean Kibana, right? This is confusing. Maybe someone else out there is as confused as I am. But I'm learning. Kubernetes. Kubernetes. Elastic Cloud on Kubernetes. Is Elk official Kubernetes operator. So this is an actual operator, right? I'm with a capital O. It's just a shorter name. So, all right. So that makes a lot of sense. These others are stacks, and ECK is an operator, which we talked at length about what operators are. I think operators are the future. The first thing I want to do after I learn Kubernetes is learn how to make my own operators. And then forget Helm. I'll just make an operator to install everything. The ECK operator in inf charts. Yeah. With cloud, oh my, all these things go over my head. They really do, but you got to know it, particularly if you're in security. Oh my God. If you're in security, it's a big thing. Did you see WSL being hacked like crazy? Actually, not true. That's not true. They're using WSL. It's all over the news right now. WSL2 is being used to mask. They're creating ELF binaries in WSL2. They're targeting WSL2 in order to hide their regular old school virus code. So they get 0 on the hits for virus scans. So people are hiding old school viruses in WSL2 to attack Windows machines right now. It's a big thing. They just uncovered it. Black Source just did a whole thing on it. There's a big write-up. So it's a new era. ISO2 to bypass antivirus. Yes. WSL2. Yeah. Yep. And that's just the beginning. I mean, people are going to be encapsulating stuff with Go. That's why I think we should do Tripwire and Narc. I think that would catch stuff like that more. You'd have to run it inside your WSL2 as well to get that. But I mean, seriously, you would find that WSL2 problem if you were running some kind of Tripwire to detect new files in your WSL2. Otherwise, you won't find it. It's not BIOS OS Kubernetes. Yes. Yeah, it kind of is. All right. Next thing, sirs. So, Kaneko, I read through, just in case you're wondering, I read all through your script. I really love it. I mean, it was obviously written pretty quickly. And I just want to explore Kaneko a little bit. So, I believe, and, please don't dox anything about our team, but I believe we have to have, I went off on this earlier in the stream. I believe we have to have a standard way to suggest people build images, particularly if the original requirement, which I don't know if it's going to stand after I report back, and we're going to report a little bit tomorrow during my stand-up, and we can talk about this today. But I don't believe having, I mean, this is, okay, so I actually have it running right now. So this is my test of JupyterHub. You can type in your image here. The problem is that you can't indicate an image, period. So short of some massive customization that I'm unaware of how to do yet, you cannot type in the name of an image and have it pull that image. Because the way that the Helm chart and JupyterHub itself is set up, you have to have a profile associated with an image. And so we'd have to dynamically create a profile, associate an image with it, and then pull down that profile. And there's code to do that. But this likely means that we are going to be using the profile list. And that means we're going to be checking images. We're going to be focused on giving people access to their mounted notebooks so that they can store notebooks in GitHub or whatever they want, and they can pull those notebooks into their running JupyterHub server and without any effort. But then they wouldn't have to pull down a separate image. Any images that are on JupyterHub would be vetted and submitted by us or by the people that are there. Auto downloads those notebooks. Yes. We should have them create a repo under the namespace in GitHub. Yeah, they can. Well, here's the thing. So there's two ways to do this. So the current plan that I'm going to propose is that it's under their mounted drive space, they have a JupyterHub directory. And under that directory, it expects top-level notebooks. Those notebooks can be individual GitHub repos. They can be whatever they want. If they want to, they can just be S-drive repos if they don't want to play the GitHub game. We don't care. We're just going to mount that, and then it will detect that there are notebooks there, and they can decide which notebook to run. In fact, that will already be mounted in their space, and we just have to mount that into their space through the normal JupyterHub methods, so there's no problem there at all. There's a post start script that's going to allow us to set up an additional account for them, and then we can just associate that account with their login and their user ID through the namespace map and everything. And that's all there. All that code is already there in Helm. That, I mean, we don't have to write. Rather than write a big long thing inside of the Helm chart, there's a technique that they demonstrate in JupyterHub where they use a curl to pull down the latest script to do a post start. That would then be not an entry script like you would see in Docker, but it is something that runs after a server is spawned, and that thing's going to vary. So I don't want to have to update the Helm chart all the time. So we'll have probably a separate repo for that, and then that script will be the thing that's run on any new JupyterHub server, and then they can just get rid of their server and reboot. I won't map into containers. You don't think? Yeah, I think honestly, now that some people have left, I think we should just use GitHub and pull it down. I think that's the wiser way to do it. Yeah, I think first of all, there's already code done to use Gitter with how we do it. Yeah, not to. They're going to lose access to GPFS. Yeah, if that exists, it auto downloads those notebooks. Yeah, which means that PodOps can't use. That's super important to know that, because the standard, okay, first of all, the standard JupyterHub way to do this that's already in the Helm charts is to pull down through Git into your server. And remember, your server doesn't go away. So you can run the automatic thing that pulls down your notebook or notebooks. And you can still use Git commands from the command line if you want to pull down your notebook and use it. I mean, that's the thing. And your server, we can make the servers not expire as much. It doesn't even matter if they expire, because why? Because the PVC is going to continue to contain their stuff. The PVC is going to continue to contain. We can just bump the PVC limits. Values of libs can be a max 30 to 63 characters. Yes. Prod apps can't. There's a bug. Oh God. I'm so glad you're saying. So Billy is reporting that we're not going to be able to use map space because of the way labels are, that will be exceeding the stuff that we would use would exceed the label limitations of 63 characters max. I didn't know there was today. I'm writing that down. Wow. So I gotta write this down. So labels are a max of 63 characters. The name of labels. Labels can only have 63 characters. Where is that? Where would I know that? That seems like a base understanding information. I don't think I've ever read that. I'm going to see. I'm going to do a little search of my own. What is the maximum size of a Kubernetes label? Oh, you got labels? Kubernetes label name 63 character limit. There you go. Shit. Yep, just read it too. All right, I believe you. That is such a huge detail to know. I'm really glad you brought that up. Thank you. Unsigned int. Oh, that's why. That doesn't make sense. Because they're character data. They're not. Oh, you're talking about the UID. All right. All right. So let me regroup. I don't want to get too distracted. So we're going to make a new direction. So decided to focus on pulling Git images for notebooks. And I think, I mean, this is kind of an organizational discussion. I feel like we should have a standard image name. I mean, we already have consistency across their user ID because we know about their namespace, right? Because we're spawning in their namespace, we can identify the user, and then we can pull the user and match their internal Git repo, and we could look for a specific repo of a specific name. Why do they need their own containers? What are you talking about? It's already set up to do it that way. Honestly, I think the reason that they were working it to the Jupyter, the spawner, you're talking about the separate spawner? Yeah. Okay, so there's actually no reason to do that now that you're saying that we're not going to be mounting S drive. I think that the original justification for that was because they wanted to synchronize. There were three original demands that I don't particularly agree with, which is why I think they're up for conversation. It's you get one. Everybody, it runs in. First of all, it runs in their namespace, their personal namespace. So, init script to synchronize. I don't think we should run everybody's stuff from a single container. I don't think that's a good idea. Because it's not set up that way. I mean, if we're going to use this Helm chart, the standard Helm chart for JupyterHub and Kubernetes, then we're going to be spawning one server for each person. One pod. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. You said no separate. Yeah, I'm talking about pods. So there's a separate pod per user running in their namespace, and I think that still holds, right? Because we want to apply namespace limits and quotas and everything, right? So okay, right. I misunderstood. I'm sorry. I thought, we there doesn't need to be more than one container image. I think is what you're saying, right? Yeah, that's. I'm glad you're concluding this kind of the same thing because I'm like looking through it. I'm like, no. At most, first of all. So here's why we made these conclusions earlier. I documented it up above, but so there's already a thing called a profile list, which allows you to have them have a pull down menu of any particular image that they want, right? The images we've established, and this was a question Adam doesn't know either. I mean, some of the people at work, and so it turns out that the images must be specifically JupyterHub compatible images, and we don't know what that means yet. We know minimally it has to have JupyterHub whatever. There's a specific executable, and JupyterHub strongly recommends, including the Helm project, that you use one of their standard images, or that you extend one of their standard images, and they show you how to do that in a Docker file. That's nothing new there. And that's what I wanted to do today. I wanted to see how hard is it to extend an image so that we have one that's more HPC focused, blah, blah, blah. But then even if they make the image, we say, hey, here's your image. Let us help you make the image. Here's the guidelines, go extend this image however you want and let us have it. And then we'll put it, actually you don't even have to let us have it, put it in the registry, and then we'll add it to the profile list. and then we'll add it to the profile. So then there's like one of at most like a dozen, 2 dozen things, right? And they can pick them and they can have big full descriptions if you want Ruby. We've already tested all that, right? Yeah, we don't even need to do any of that. That's all taken care of already by JupyterHub. It's really cool. The profile list stuff does that already, and we can talk about that. But yeah, I don't know that we can do. The real question is whether or not we're going to continue with an architecture based on the mounts. I had been pursuing this original idea where you would have mounted network attached storage, which would have to be written into the post start script. The post start script runs after the user's pod is spawned, and it can do anything. It runs as root, and you can put whatever you want in there. And so when you run the post start stuff, after you run the post start stuff, you can start. You can do anything. You can create a new account, right? You actually know. Because it's been spawned in the user namespace, you have access to the user namespace, so you can look up anything in the user namespace, labels, UID, whatever. So your post start script can access that information and make customizations to the newly spawned standard image, whichever one, including the creation of an account over there. And the current proposal I was going to say would be to make an additional account, not take over the Joven account, leave it alone because I don't want to fuck with it. And make an additional account, and then potentially at the time I was planning on mounting GPFS storage within that account. So then when they go onto their JupyterHub, they see all the files that are already there, and they do it. Another option here. This is all stuff I need to actually take forward to my team and see which one they want to do. Another option here would be to pull down. By default, anytime a new image is made as a matter of convenience, they can do the same. They can pull any image down they want from the command line. They just have to set up their authentication and everything and use the normal ways, and have to know how to use Git. They'd have to set it up every time in their image. So that's something we could put in our image, which is actually demonstrated in one of the examples in the JupyterHub, Zero to JupyterHub stuff, where you would actually set the, there's a thing called Git, it was a Git getter or something like that. And you cause it to authenticate and to pull down. In the particular case there, it was pulling down public images without any secret authentication or anything. So that might be nice and all, but the problem with that is that they're not going to have permissions to it. They're still going to have to elevate their access to it if we wanted to do that. So we would have to do other things like store their keys as secrets or something in order to, if they want to have read-write GitHub access, Git commit access to their image that they're pulling down. But that's only when a new pod spawns, right? When a new user pod spawns, they would have to go in there and do a Git pull. But I like that way better because then their copy is relatively read only. If they end up starting to change it from the console on JupyterHub, that's a mistake, right? The ideal would be they would be on their home system or they'd be on their laptops or whatever, and they change all their code and they follow a Git process and they Git commit that, and then as a branch or whatever, and then they go, if they want to synchronize it. We could automate it, but they go back to the console on their JupyterHub on their their pod that's been spawned, and they can do a Git pull from within that HTTP directory, and they would not require additional Git configurations. If they wanted to take the time to set it up, it would persist because it's using PVC. So any of the stuff that's been set up over there will continue to go forward, which is actually really cool because they can also, if they have a home directory, right, they can also set up their own customizations, and they can use JupyterHub as a kind of a poor man's Linux access because they can actually go into the console. Let me show you. Well, actually, I have to fix the console back again. So I'm kind of off base here, but I've got people watching that I want to kind of catch up. So I want them to see what I'm doing. This is a demo. This demo I'm doing, I'm going to be doing for work as well, because I need to run all of these things by the powers that be. They're going to make the decision, even though as the primary decision maker happens to be in the house right now. House meaning my Twitch chat. So. So I'll go ahead and present this. So so let me go ahead and I'm gonna make some configurations or changes here. Back to my values file. Again, we were playing around with the template here. This is where we discuss. Yeah, I know, but you tend to, influence the decisions lately. So I know. So a number of things to note here. We had to go with fully qualified DNS. to get this to work, once we had an individual user spawn pod, that was not available in the other one. What they pick, it gets changed from what he picked. That's the nature of the beast. It doesn't matter what I pick; they're going to change it, right? So I feel like, though, having a kind of a unified front, at least between us, about what we want. I'm not trying to bypass. I'm not trying to end run around anybody. I'm just trying to prepare, the best proposal possible. This, however, this profile form template, it to me is a non-starter. Let me talk about what this is really quick. So just for anybody out there, so all this extra config stuff, this stuff is dumped right into the config JupyterHub.py file. So JupyterHub uses a runnable Python script for its configuration file. And this stuff is all Python. It gets dumped right into the thing. And there is no Helm chart method for enabling per user pod spawning so that it runs in their namespace. That has to be done from the kube spawner. And this works fine. It's working right now. This is a leftover experimentation that I had done with profile form template to assess what it's doing and how it's doing it. And we were writing some HTML earlier. This is one of the suggested things. But this is just to show you that these are all Jinja templates. This is just to show you that you do not have the flexibility you thought you have. You cannot create a profile here. The most you can do in this little template hook is iterate over the profile list in different ways and present it in different ways with potentially different information. You cannot add additional information. In other words, in this form template, you can't change it to submit new data. You can't have it take in new data. You can represent the data that ultimately is there in any way you want to, but you can't change what is submitted. That was a huge discovery on Friday, because that single-handedly shut down the idea of passing the name of an image, which has been floated many, many times as something that people may potentially wanted. I think it was a bad idea all along. I think the profile list should be the way to go, that we should dictate what container images are available. We should vet them actually, and make sure that all the right things are there, because this is a big deal. Thousands of people could potentially be running these images, and they should be vetted. They shouldn't have just willy-nilly people running images and creating them and just running it whatever. I don't think that's a good idea. Never did. So, and apparently neither did any of the people who made the Helm chart. So they saying, no, you have to lock it down to a profile per image. Those get listed in your Helm chart actually. And you can just pick from one of those. So this was my experimentation with customization of the form template, which proved that the form template is not what people think it is. It's not a method of recustomizing how you submit it, because if we did that, we'd have to change the back end handler that's receiving the post form data, which could probably be done. But at that point, you're like really off the ranch, and I don't want to do that. I don't think it's needed. Particularly, it's not needed if you're allowing them to pull down get images or mounting storage and stuff. So yeah, and the Python config is a big piece of shit. I will not argue. One of the reasons that I've been getting so frustrated about this project, because I've been working on it for months, and a big piece of it is not only dealing with Python, but dealing with shitty Python. So every time I have to do that, I'm like, ugh, and it's, honestly, it's plus, it's my learning curve with all the Kubernetes stuff. So it's been rough. It's been a rough ride, but I've learned so much. Oh my God, I've learned so much. Particularly, come on, this is my first project. The first project they gave me was this, customizing JupyterHub and Kubernetes, and doing it in a single user namespace with an Istio to get around, sidecar to work around. It was like blocker after blocker, because it was just so many things to learn. I hadn't even made a Docker file in my entire life when they gave me this assignment. I was like, okay, what's a container? I'd heard of them, and I could describe them. I never made one. How do you can have private registries? Cool. I'm just laughing at myself because I don't want anyone out there watching to feel bad, because, you might, because of misconfigs. Yeah. Oh my God. I know that too. Vera says that most 80% of the blockers are because of misconfigurations and stuff too. And that's harder, because then I'm trying to separate, because I'm trying to learn from this experience, right? And every time I think that I've learned something from the experience, Vera, somebody will chime in and say, well, no, you should never actually do that anywhere else. They just do it that way because it's weird. I'm like, wait, did I learn it wrong then or no? Which way should I do it? And it's really hard to get to that answer because we're working in kind of a different environment, which I imagine a lot of people have to struggle with. That's nothing new. So, but from before, yes, I know. With that in the same way, one of your old jobs, Black Mouse. Yeah. The Istio issue is because, yes, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't want to talk about that. I struggled with lots of stuff with these issues. By the way, a lot of that stuff was fixed by turning off network policy. All the proxy routing and everything that has to happen within the containers, which by the way, I had no idea about all that networking and DNS and core DNS and this and everything. I didn't know any of that. I didn't know anything about how this namespace works. So when you see me talk about that in my learning time, that's why I'm reiterating those things, because I needed to understand how all those pieces communicate. And, now go and redo DB cluster replication. Yeah. Oh, new person. Yeah. You'll learn a lot. I'm like, oh yeah, no kidding. Are you done yet? Anyway, I'm going to redeploy. So that's the greatest that job. Ephemeral pods are so often. They really are. I love ephemeral pods, and I didn't understand why ephemeral pods were cool, but now I can wholeheartedly say ephemeral pods that are coming in 1.2.2. They're 1.2.2, right? Are awesome. In fact, I should update my Minikube to use them. I can't wait. I've been using NetShoot, thanks to Barry, showed me about NetShoot. I actually ran my WS namespace. Now that I understand how to run namespaces, my workspace in my Minikube cluster, it really had me excited. I was excited. 1.2.1 has alpha. Cool. Ephemeral pods are coming. Those are the things that you can like inject. They're not sidecars, but you can kind of inject pods into your application, we'll say, and namespace, and then you can look around. So you can make these. It's like having a tool. It's like in the old days, like being able to stick a packet sniffer and connect it to Ethernet wires to it and kind of get a vision into what's going on. So ephemeral pods are not very popular. Not a very. I mean, they're popular, but not with mainstream people. They're popular with people who have to do the debugging and everything, because you can create, pod images that are these tools like NetShoot and stuff, and you can inject one into the middle of your application and look around and see. It's like having a scope into your application, and then just make it go away. It just goes away after that, and then you haven't impacted your application at all. And you can do that at runtime without having to redefine the namespace and stuff. So that is going to provide a lot of value for administrators, people that are keeping track of Kubernetes. Cringy Jaeger TCP dump sounds. Yeah. Yes. The process that is running on the container, access to the network without TCP dump. Yeah. Yep. Ephemeral pods are going to be awesome. You can start a pod into a container and it's the same C group as everything else. Yeah. Yep. That I cannot wait for that. I can't. I actually understand why that's a good thing now. Honestly, I finally get it. If you don't worry. It's going to take a while. So I just found out today that there's plugins for Minikube. So I'm going to add my registry plugin right now. I mean, that was one of the things I was doing. Actually, no, let's one thing at a time. Let me reapply my build, because I want to show the two entries in the profile list. And it's just right now it's resetting. It started up faster because my Minikube has the image now. It didn't have to wait so long to pull the image. First time I did that today, it took for longer because I had to pull the image. And this should be different now. Yep. So this is what you get when you add a profile list. I have two entries in the profile. There's a default image, and I don't have my description or anything there. And then you have this other data science image. So you click on the other one, and it'll fire up JupyterHub. It is. It's going to be awesome for debug. Absolutely. And so this pulls down. It's going to take a little bit longer because this image has never been pulled in this cluster. So it's pulling the image right now for everybody. And since we're not doing pre-puller, it'll take longer. There is JupyterHub by default has a thing called pre-puller that is a daemon set, which means it runs on every single node, and it keeps track of the images and pulls them into the local container runtime that's independent of the node, that would stay there even if the node died and went away. The kubelet and everything. and they did that because they wanted to make it, you didn't have to wait like this, right? It's conceivable somebody would or it's already off. We turned the daemon set off like first day. That was the first thing I customized and turned off. Mm-hmm. Both the image puller and the pre-puller. Yep. Go to C to go. Yep. Intermediate language for someone trying to get into C++. C to go, not go to C. I probably would do that. Yeah. I'm experimenting with learning C and teaching C first. I don't know if I'm going to have time to talk about that today, but I want to. I really want to make a minimal C project, like a tiny one, like probably this ConfGo thing that's real, that helps people understand C in general, pointers and stuff, general syntax, and then learn Go. Right? So this is an image that's got Julia and R on it. So this is a customized image, one of the standard images. And you can click on the terminal, and you get your Joven here. And this is the part where this is just like a raw image. And you notice there's nothing here because this cluster has been cleared, right? But if I touch a file here, it'll show up. And it's not showing right now, but it should. Let's do this. Oh, there it goes. So we have a file. You can actually open the file here and edit it. Hello there. And save it. And this stuff all gets saved to persistent storage. We can move file to file.txt. I don't even think there's VI. Yeah, there is. Okay. VI-version. Oh, Vim improved 8.0. Yay. We're pretty sure that, we're pretty sure here that, that the image is a Debian-based image. I don't know. But you can't. Yes, you actually can. If you have permission, you can do app pull and all that stuff. So I don't know. This is going to raise a lot of questions, like organizational questions about what we're allowing people. And I've got to actually demo this. So this is actually in a demoable state. The only thing I want to finish today before I demo tomorrow is I want to create a custom image. I want to be able to pull from it. I want to show them one of the images that pulls a Git repo. So that is not something you can do per image. I don't think. So that might be a thing. Okay, let me also show you something else. So this is something else I would do. So, and by the way, you can store new notebooks in here, right? You can have multiple notebooks in here, and they all stay around. So then you do this. You say hub control panel, right? So I'm going to stop my server. You only get one server at a time. That was a huge discovery, like last week. One server at a time. That's it. You can't have more. And that's good because every time you have a server, so get pods, you'll see there's like all this stuff here, right? There's missing stuff, right? The reason it's missing stuff is because the name for the end user, and I forget which end user we used. Okay, get pods dash all. Is it dash all? I can't remember. I don't remember it. I was just doing it last week. It's dash A, yeah. There we go. So yeah, we have here's scheduler. This is all the control plane stuff. So it's JHub is the user, right? No, that's yeah. So that's the JHub, that's the application. This is control plane stuff. What I was going to show you though is there's actually a user. Oh, it's probably dead now. Yeah, it's dead. I think it's dead. Yep. So watch, I'm going to start my server, and now I'm going to do the non-fancy one, and it's still the same because the storage is the same. It's like you had the same disk drive and you're going to run a different version of the app on top of it. So this is pulling a completely different image. It's going to take longer because the image doesn't exist here. It's pulling it off the internet. That can all be changed. You can set the images to be pointing to local, registries internally. And I actually want to test that today by making the local image registry and using the plugin for Minikube, which I just learned about this morning. All namespaces, yeah. So here you see it doesn't have as many things, but the file is still there. The file is still there. And while this server is running, we can go look and see. So there it is. So there's the Joven pod. This is not a deployment. This is a pod. This is a pod that gets spawned in the user's namespace, and has all the things that go with that. It's just a pod. It's not a deployment. That's why it doesn't have this stuff at the end. Anytime you see gobbledygook at the end, it's something that has multiple copies. That includes deployments, daemon sets, replica set technically for deployment, and anything that has potentially more than one, you'll see the randomness at the end. Redeploy JHub. While it's doing that, did we already do that? I thought we already did that. So that's what I have that ready to demo today. It's all working. Just to check how Joven pod will feel if we do a redeploy. Oh, it stays. It's very ugly. You want to see me make a zombie? We did this. I have it documented, and this is actually one of the downsides of this. If you redeploy or kill your stuff besides that server will stay. And yeah, it will reconnect to it. Yeah, it will reconnect to it as long as it's there. But if you go to the hub again, it has nothing to do. Remember that infinite loop we got into? That's actually a real serious concern in my opinion, because eventually it will die out, but otherwise you're stuck in respawn hell. Let me show you. So like if you redeploy the Helm chart, so I would have to do something to force the redeploy. God, I don't know what. I have to. I don't think you can just redeploy the same one, can you? It'll say there's no changes to it. I don't remember. Let me try. Yeah, see, it just keeps running because there hasn't been any changes. Pre-start to kill everyone. Why would a user do this? No, this is no. What the issue is it wouldn't be a user doing it. So if I created a scenario where if we redeployed the Helm chart for any reason, and it restarted the hub, it causes a little bit. Yeah, it causes some confusion on the part of the user. So let's just let me see. So let's just re-roll that one. So K is it K rollout restart deploy JHub. Is it hub or what? I forget. Hub, yeah. So while it's doing that, if I redo this, I'm still fine because it's still talking to the same spawn server, but it's fine. When it gets weird is when, here, I'll show you. I'll actually take down the whole thing. So if you, I don't know. It shouldn't orphan it, but it does. Watch. I'm going to take down the Helm infrastructure. So if I do, I have to do it differently because I put clean as just redoes the minikube now. So if we do if I do Helm, delete, it's uninstall JHub. Yeah, and then we just watch the pods. It'll take them all down. Unreachable, right? Yeah, and then restart. No, I can't remember how we did it, but it was really weird. Yeah, the proxy is not available now, so I can't find anything. I think it was when we had the proxy still running, from the JHub point of view. Yeah. No, there's still stuff there though. So that's what I'm trying to say. There's still a spawn process running, and so yeah, if you do Helm, still JHub, you delete a controller, deleted everything you'd have. Yeah. Oh, it's not updated. It's upgrade, right? Dash install. I don't remember. I should. I don't. It's Helm Helm upgrade, install JHub, clean up on fail. Oh, you have to do all the values and everything. Duh. So I'll just do apply. Helm apply. No. B apply. Don't do it that way. I know it's bad. That's why I'm doing it. I'm trying to break it. I'm not doing Helm install. I did Helm upgrade. I know. That's what's in my script. That's why I had to look at it. I forgot for a second, my friend. Screaming at me in all caps. This is why I had to look, because I forgot that this is the way to do it. This is correct, right? Do you agree? So, yeah, you always want to do upgrade install. That's what I've been told. It's the most universal way to reapply something. So it will do an install on that one case where it's the new thing. Otherwise, just do this. This stuff should always be dash install. You think it should? You don't think it should do Helm upgrade? Should never be dash install? What? Right. But you would just do Helm install without dash install. Yeah. No. This is doing it that way. I mean, I feel like we're fine, though. The wrong namespace. Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. I can imagine. Shit, I don't even want to think about that. Yeah. Let's pretend that we're not talking about... Yeah, I refuse to run a Helm command without namespace on it. Ever. I'm like... You know, it's funny, though, because this is another thing I always do. I am like really paranoid about having the right context. And I notice a lot of other people don't necessarily freak out about this. But I always make sure my default namespace is in my context. But I can see people easily forgetting that. So this is okay. Let's take a... I'm going to make a little note here. So I'm going to just make a little note to myself. Reminder. Always dash namespace with Helm. I think that's a safe way of going about it. And just a reminder, which I always do, always kconfig set namespace and I always do that. That's something I do. QB Now, I don't want another tool. I am working on using the standard tools first. Once I certify, I'll start using all the extra cool stuff. I don't want to be... I appreciate the suggestion, but I don't want to be sheltered from the actual commands for a while. You know what I mean? Even though they're a pain in the ass. And it's an alternative to kubectx. People have recommended kubectx to me so many times I've lost count. kubectx is not going to be on the exam, and I want to know what it does. And QB is an alternative, it sounds like. So thank you for telling me about that. I'm going to put that in my list of things to go look at eventually. In fact, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to put a little to do. I really appreciate the suggestions, but I still need to learn vanilla stuff. So, what am I doing here? That's a different thing. Said create to do learn QB. QB is a nice alternative to kubectx, which is a nice alternative to all the kconfig stuff. I'm deliberately waiting to learn all this cool shortcut stuff until I master the syntax of the standard commands. That's all. So, related. And I'll put a little thing here. But I want to make it, this is how I've been doing to-dos lately. So, it doesn't really need a tag or anything. Thank you for that suggestion. Appreciate it. Um, kubectx is bash. Really? I did not know. I'm putting that in there. I did not know. Edit last. But slower and written in bash. Thank you for that. Maybe somebody else will benefit from that as well. All right, so let's see where we're at. How's it going, NG? You're on day 20 of the boost. Appreciate the content, keeping your stream on while I work at coding challenges to learn POSIX scripting. Nice. I've since softened my position on POSIX, by the way. I'm going to suggest learning bash first going forward, but yeah, you need to learn it. Just learn bash and shell check, and then if you need to do POSIX script, shell check it and turn it to use binsh instead. Since we're in the Jupyter stuff, do you think DRE is the future of DevOps? I don't know what that is. I keep seeing a lot of DRE jobs along with SRE. I have no fucking idea what DRE is. This is not related to Jupyter, but we'll ask. Okay, so what is DRE and SRE? I know what SRE is. SRE is what happens when software engineer is tasked to do with software operations. Just like DevOps. SRE is a DevOps. As also DevOps and SRE is what, that is not what it is. DevOps rules. QB does not. DevOps and SRE. Developed Google. I don't want to. Yeah. Data reliability engineer. Oh, I know that term. How's it going, Himansu? I know. Data reliability engineer. I actually knew about that. It's simply data ops. I mean, yeah. You know, why do they have to make a new term for DBA? Look, we had system administrator and DBA. Same fucking thing. Why do they have to make a new title for it? Seriously, I'm so tired of people reinventing titles for stuff that's already existed. How is it not a DBA? What's the difference? Okay, let's start with how an SRE is different than a system administrator. What's the difference? As a data engineer, I can tell. Well, it depends on, okay, this always gets down to how you view what a DB and a system in. I have always believed that a true system administrator has to have coding and site reliability and monitoring skills. You could not call yourself a system administrator unless you had those skills. People disagree with me on that. That's the problem. So that's probably why they had to make a new term for it. But to me, that was always a part of the job description for a system administrator. If you can't code as a system administrator, you have no business doing it, period. And they had to make a new, thing. So I've got a bad taste in my mouth with people making new terms. If you're making a new term for a data reliability engineer, then DevOps is also not a job description, right? So for data ops, it's Kubernetes, Airflow, and really a lot of things, right? A data reliability administrator. No, data reliability engineer. I mean, what do you do? DBA and data ops data engineer, my fellow. It's like system and DevOps. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I don't get it. I'm just tired of like ambiguous titles that have no specific meaning. I'm just tired of that. I think the whole world is tired of it. Fucking full stack engineer. What the fuck does that mean? I hate it. I hate it because, first of all, no one ever does one thing. There's no one set of skills and tasks that you do that match a job description ever. So I wish they would do role-based hiring. Because nobody knows what anything means anymore. And so, they need to do role-based things. Full stack engineers can make everything, just not well enough for it to run. Well, there's full stack engineers and there's full stack developers. Those terms get interchanged all the time. There's software developers and software engineers. They're not the same. They keep getting interchanged. People get so fucking confused, and I try to help beginners make their way through it, and they don't know what to do. We need fuller stack engineers. How's it going, Sri? On YouTube. Hi everyone, nice to meet you. Good to see you all on YouTube. I actually learned Kubernetes and data engineering position. Same as Golang, CI/CD, liquid base, other stuff. Yeah. The toolbox is bloated and involved Kubernetes clouds automation. Blah, blah. Full stack in Brazil, we say that they are all like ducks. They can fly well, swim well. They can't walk very well. So we're gonna see very little over. I had an executive come to me, and I kid you not, because there was this. There's another term coming out that means you have mechanical engineering skills as well as full stack engineer skills, and it added in mechanical. You know what they called it? An anything engineer. And she was very serious. She was very serious. It was like it was a new term that she was starting to hear in the executive level. Yeah, we need anything engineers, and they're like, what are they? What's going to be next? All powerful supreme engineer. It's. I just. There's just what it is, because they keep wanting to hire people that can do everything, and they actually, they're legitimate. There's a legitimate job description for computer engineers plus full stack engineers, which means electronics specifically related to computers, and then they know mechanical engineering. There's a whole write up on it. There's a whole executive level write up on it, and then they had mechanical engineering. So these are people, frankly, that I want to be. They can do anything. They can machine stuff. They know, they know how to do that kind of thing. They know how to do the electronics and work on that. Plus, they also know, you just add chemical engineering into it, and you're like, supreme engineer of the planet. And just call him an engineer. And they have software development skills as well, whatever. So, can they engineer DNA? So we're gonna have variable developer, functional function developer. Yeah, I don't know. Just because we can. I know. How's it going? Welcome. I almost feel like we should probably actually make up our own terms. I just say this is what we're gonna call it. This is our term for it. Like set to trend. Someone out there, in Google, the only thing they did is they just wrote a fucking book about it. Spaghetti engineer. I vote for spaghetti engineer. All hail the spaghetti monster. The spaghetti monster is our god and is our matron. The earthquake ducks engineer. I know. It's like whatever. I need a break. I'll take a quick break. I'll be right back. Thanks for stopping by. Have fun. I'll be here when we come back. We'll do some more image testing and stuff for JupyterHub. All right. All right. All right. All right. Um, got me some fresh coffee and a snack. Um, I need to turn caffeinated on. You guys know about caffeinated? Caffeinated is a way to keep your computer active and from falling asleep. You can turn that off usually, but not always. Sometimes there's things that detect like mouse movement and stuff. So I'm at work, but I'm working on another system, so it looks like I'm not at work because my Slack falls asleep. But I'm not. I'm here. I'm staring at it. I just can't do it. So there's a thing called caffeinated. You can put on Windows that'll just basically move your mouse around virtually every once in a while and keep you on. Be careful. You turn it on in the wrong time, leave it on overnight, and everybody thinks you're on all night, and you're not, which would be a lie. Google's like 10 years ahead and pretty much drastic change. You think so? I don't know if I agree, but I have to go on wet STI. I didn't know about QB. Need to give it a try as well. Like kubectx has now been rewritten to Go. Really? Did not know that either. We got a lot of great people that are much more experienced than me in the Kubernetes front. That's why I do this. Because so many other people are more experienced than me. They can watch me flounder and help me. Questions coming in from YouTube. Is it harder for a front-end developer to work in back-end area compared to back-end developer to front-end test? I don't know. That depends. It depends on what kind of things you're doing. I'm not gonna. I shit on React all the time, and it's hard. I mean, React is hard. React with Redux and everything is not simple. They deserve some credit, even though I have fun all the time with that. It goes both ways. It does depend on how deep you want to go into a particular front end and back end. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. If you front end includes things like, first of all, it doesn't include just web. I mean, the web developers would have you believe that front end developer means that you just write Electron apps. That is not what front end means. Tell that to the thousands of people who have coded nothing but, Qt applications, and TQT. There's so technical stuff. There's so much other front end development going on that has nothing to do with web. It's one of the reasons I wrote a big rant about this, actually. I did. I wrote a big rant about this, and I think I got in trouble for it. I think a few people banned me from their Twitch because they don't like it what I said. They took personal offense at it. That's fine. That's their prerogative. They can take personal offense if they want. I don't want to talk about Twitch drama. No mention of Twitch drama here. But this is the one. Web people don't know how to use language. This one got me in trouble. So I think it got me in trouble. I don't know. I didn't isolate anybody. I'm just saying in general. And it's because of this shit with front end. I got to stop my rant here because I got coffee and that just fuels me and I don't get any work done. So I got to do that. But so Zet chat. So there you go. That's the one. I put it. I'm sorry. The URL went to chat. I can't really give it to you too. I guess. You know what I could do? I need to make my Zet so that it also posts to YouTube. There you go. If you want to go read that rant. Yeah. I mean that's just the rest of it. Images. Okay, so we've got a JupyterHub running now. If I remember right. We have a wait, where is it? No. Here we go. Oh God. That's right. We killed our mother. Our mother parent thing. Yep. Okay, get pause. I don't think we have anything, right? No, it's back up. Okay. So I think it's still running. No, it's not. It's on a different power port. So I actually build this into this. I do be open. And this grabs the Minikube. There we go. So it's been reassigned to a new IP, which it might have done. So we go ahead and put Joven in there and Jupyter as a password. This stuff all uses OAuth at work, but that is all coded. That's someplace else. I don't need to recreate that. Jupyter. All right. So never default to data science. So, I mean, this all works, and what I'm showing is that it survived our container and everything. Our storage, our persistence survived a Helm reinstall. And so we have all this, and I think the only thing I need before I'm going to do the demo is I want to demo the creation of a separate image, and my own image. I want to demo the creation of my own custom image, and I need to do that. I need to make one so that I can talk people through how to do that. I've made a few images now at this point, but I need to make one that's and if I would actually really like, sorry about that. I'd really like this image to particularly be drawn off of using this tool that actually Vera talked to me about, Vera 01, called Conico, which allows you to do Docker builds from within the cluster. And in order to use that, I would have to simulate having an internal registry, and that led me down the path of creating my own registry, enable registry plugin for Minikube. So I'm going to take this down here because I haven't done it yet. So I'm actually going to enable. Okay, so here's the steps that I have to do for today before 2 or 3 or something. So I need to get a local registry running associated with this profile, the JHub profile in Minikube. I've learned that plugins are associated with specific Minikube profiles, so that has to be done after I've created that profile, which I'll add to my build script. We have to have a local registry so that I can test Conico deployment to a local registry, right? And then I'm going to explore installing Conico, and I have some scripts that friends have shared with me that they use to use Conico for the build, but we'll take it one step at a time. I read through the entire thing. I understand the gist of it, but I want to actually understand the Conico method for Dockerfile builds. This is not just for work. This is sort of related to, I want to explore methods for doing Docker builds that rely on nothing more than Kubernetes, and specifically Minikube, because I believe the one you made, Vera made a script that a POSIX shell script that has it. It's got some proprietary stuff in it we can't share, but the idea is the same. He uses argument methods and stuff that I would do differently, but that's just a personal preference. But I plan to actually write one of my own, and have it be based on my own bash template at some point, and have it be the least amount of work. The goal here is I want to understand how to build images from Docker files using nothing but Kubernetes, and in this specific case, nothing but Minikube. And if I can pull that off, I don't even use the Minikube Docker env stuff. So I don't know if you understand where I'm going with this, but 7S is modified heavily. Yeah, it's a great article. Oh, did you like it? So I just read my rant about web stuff. It's a little hot under the collar. It's definitely a rant. Got to be careful though. Somebody hot under the collar. I use that a line. Definitely just got banned from Go. He's one of the Go core contributors, and he was acting like Linus Torvalds, and he got banned permanently from contributing to Go. So sometimes you don't want to channel Linus Torvalds. He was going on the rampage against a specific person. It was pretty bad. I can get that way though when you lose your balance, you get unhinged, as I've been called. So anyway, it's usually just because people are passionate about things. It's not because they have any personal vendetta against a person. Anyway, no drama. So Minikube plugins. One of the reasons that I'm really interested by this Conico thing is how easy it might be to install, and I personally want to build into my work skills practices that are, you should be able to do it many different ways, but I want to build best practices into my own readily available tool set at the very top. The most important skill that I don't have that I want to seek with the Conico thing that Vera's told me about, he's really good at telling me about things I know about, is building images from Conico within Docker. Now, there's at a minimum 3 different ways to build Docker images, right? You install Docker through Docker Desktop or whatever, do your Docker build using the Docker command, right? Push the tags on something. That's the standard thing. I know how to do it. I've done a lot. Most people learn in that. They start that. The second way is to build straight from Minikube. By using Minikube's internal Docker, you do Docker env, which in Linux it sets by default. You don't have to do anything extra. PowerShell, you have to actually run it. But I did that. I did it over here. So you can have Minikube and you can actually have it run. It has a Docker in it. It has a container runtime more specifically. So it will forward on all of your builds. It will do it. Minikube, without even being in Minikube, you can call Docker. Minikube actually when you install Minikube, it installs a Docker command as well. And you can run Docker builds through Minikube without even going into the VM. It actually does through the command. And then you end up with your images pushed to repos, private registry, Docker by default. See, that's the second way. The third way that I'm just now learning of, and I've heard a lot about, is building Docker images inside of Kubernetes without compromising the security of the node container runtime socket, which is very, should be isolated and not used for that kind of thing. People do all the time, but they shouldn't. And so apparently that's what Conoco does, and that's one of the reasons I want to learn about. Because the idea of being able to just run a script, give somebody a script and have it run in the thing, they don't even have to install Docker. You just have to send them a Docker file and have them just run it and have them, have it pop. I want to explore what that looks like. How long does it take to iterate on building new images that way? Blah blah blah. Right. When you're building an image with Docker, on a Docker file, traditionally it's you immediately get the response about what's not working, what's working. This idea of the kind of thing, which is just a pod, I don't know what that turnaround time is going to look like, and I'm interested in finding out what that looks like. How does that relate to my current job and being paid for? I think that our team is not sufficiently focused on how to sort of lead people who are building images in the correct path for doing so. And I continue to get the feeling that it's all slower than Docker, but not much. Yeah, I continue to get the impression from the people that are leading my team above them as well that this is not our fight. That we don't have that many people building images. It's not that big a deal. We can deal with them as one-offs. We don't need to establish best practices there. But I disagree. I think that we need to have at least a team process for doing this, and that we need to be kind of on the same page. I'm not saying force the people to do it, but we need to start saying things like, stop building Docker images on worker nodes and head nodes as root. Can we just agree that's a bad practice, right? And so let's stop doing those. Let's look at other ways that are just convenient, and let's explore that. And this is exactly why, Vera's on my team. This is why he built this particular method to try to get us on board and then doing that. And he's got the difficult task of convincing people that are doing it, in my opinion, the wrong way. In my opinion, a dangerous way to do the right thing, which is, use the cluster itself. They may not have known it was possible. I certainly didn't. And to explore that, right? And I another method that I believe is acceptable, but does not cover all the needs, is just building on Minikube locally. The problem with building an image locally in Minikube is our VPN is so atrociously bad that it takes me forever to upload images, sometimes all day. And so that method of building images is not acceptable for my particular situation. I imagine there are other people out there. They didn't. I imagine there's other people out there who are experiencing the same problems. And so they're like, I got all this horsepower in my Kubernetes cluster. Can't I just use that to build my images? Because even if they're external images, which is another question, like how much access do you? Most people should channel Torvalds. More people should channel Torvalds. Yeah, I think so, but whatever. So that, that's where I stand. I think personally, even if it's a very unpopular approach, I think that the that the best practice for building Docker images, if you have a cluster and you have a VPN, should be building your images in the cluster. I completely agree with Vera, who wrote or modified this script, whatever you want to call it, and suggested the use of Canonical. And so I'm strongly pursuing looking at that. How does this relate to JupyterHub in Kubernetes, which is what this video is about? Well, I can't do JupyterHub and Kubernetes testing fully until I create my own personal image. I can do this all on my local laptop and it'll work like that. Boom, boom, boom. You know, I can get the test done. But in the process, I would also like to test the method that I might be willing to suggest to, I have a dialogue going on with somebody from the data side who knows how to make images and stuff, as to how to make images. And so, you know, that person's going to come to me. I'm kind of in a support role there. Our whole team is actually, and they're going to say, how do I build images? And they may have their own process, and I don't want to step on that, but I want to be able to say, by the way, if you just want to build an image in the cluster and all you have is cluster access, here you go. You know, just run this script, or go on this RHPC login machine and run this script, right? And we've already got sign off on that approach to not allowing Docker on our login systems, because we do that in our batch environment extensively already. So having a script that builds Docker files inside of the Kubernetes cluster is just an extension of that policy. So I think we're going to be good to go there. I think the script that's been created here could be the basis of something that could you know, iron out the kinks in this step towards getting images published. That's a pretty long-winded way of saying it, but I want to justify why I think looking at Conoco is worthy of time on the clock. And so that's what I'm going to do. There are no longer Docker images. They are container images. Yes. Did I call it a Docker image? I'm sorry. I know. I got to start calling them the right things. I agree. Thank you for that correction. Yeah. We have like 3 people building images. That's why I did this. Yeah. We don't have very many people building images. Every time I bring up the issues about, you know, standardizing on how we're going to build images and using Minikube versus Docker Desktop, which you have to pay for now, and all these things, I always get back. My current team comes back with the same thing. Nobody's building images. It's just our problem. We can just deal with it internally. Get over it. And I don't think that's, even if that's true for this team. I want to know what the best practice is so I can talk to y'all about it, or so that if I ever end up on another contract, you know, I'm not going to go in there and say, hey, yeah, just log into the new nodes root and build your images. If I was like my first month on a team and they were hiring me to be a, you know, whatever, an infrastructure engineer, a cloud native engineer, something like that, I would never ever do that. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. If it's just they, you know, I don't know. I don't know the reasons. There's been a reason suggested as to why that's true in Twitch, which I'm not going to repeat. But I don't know. I don't know the reason, but I tell you what, I don't want that to be what gets burned into my head. So when someone says, just go on a root node and do it all as root, I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. And they're like, well, you need to get this done by this time. So if you don't do it, you're not going to make your deadline. I say, okay, fine, bye. Because there's certain things I'm not willing to do to cross the line. And that's, you know, people think, yes, it's true that I hold out probably too long on certain things. So I don't have enough information to make a proper decision. How's it going, some sidewalker? And has made it all the way up to your manager. Yeah. And that's kind of the problem. We have a very slow moving, conservative company that we work for. I don't want to say more about it, but it's good. It's good because they have, lots of opportunities for growth there if they would accept them. I think they will. I believe that's one of the reasons some of the people on our team recently left. I'm saying some of the people, I mean, specifically one person. I'm not going to talk about that anymore. That's internal work drama. I don't want to talk. It's not drama. It's too much information. And it has to be used for all departments in the division. Yeah. So you have a choice. This is the choice. You can like join the people who are, you know, doing the stupid shit, or not stupid. It's when I sometimes I use the wrong words to describe what I mean. I don't mean stupid shit. What I mean is, you know, not the best practice. How about that? Does that good? Does that sound better? Or people, yeah. I'll try to be secret, and then I get drunk. Social engineering. I don't know what you're talking about. We're gonna come back to this. So enable registry plugin in Minikube, which I haven't done yet. It's one of those, you'll build it, you now own it, and you support it for all of eternity. That's absolutely what it is, which is why I don't want to build a system that, or even demo a system that they'll see as like nice and flashy, right? That's not got all the pieces in it that is necessary to sustain it, which includes a standard method to suggest people build image. The first time we do this, somebody's going to say, how do I get my image in there? What's the answer? Well, tell us what you want. I'll make it for you. I don't know if that's appropriate. I don't know. I don't know. That's a team decision. They're going to be, no, I want to make it. All right. Wait. Well, it has to be like this. So there's a bunch of business questions here that I can't answer. Who decides whether an image gets put into your profile list? You know? Yeah, you don't get to make an image. You have to use a stock image. We have 10 stock images. We have 5 stock images. You have to use these. None of those images meet our needs. Well, can you put what you need in your GitHub? And you can, because you can customize it and put it in Git. What's Git? You know, you have to use a stock image. It is, well, I don't know, man. I mean, you're telling, so you're telling me that you don't think that we should ever allow users to make their own images and submit them. Hi, Rob. Hey, how's it going? Saludo. You're fired. I was getting, why do you need to put it in? Put it in him. Why do I need to put it? No, don't talk like that, Sidewinder. Are you drunk? You're distracting my chat. You're about to get banned. We use gold image for decades. Why should we abandon that idea? I agree. And the other thing too is I believe that if we're putting the images and we're putting them in JupyterHub and we're having everybody use it, I feel like we're now on the hook to making sure the image is legal. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, just because they put it in Portis doesn't mean that they've, or whatever our Harbor, or whatever our private registry is. We do have to touch anything ever for them to use their own image. Yes, we do. Do we have to touch anything ever for them to use our images? We absolutely do. Well, it's just why they can't do it. Well, that conclusion just came yesterday or Friday. The reason that I had to conclude that, that we had to be involved with the image creation is because it's not allowed. We only recently concluded, and you saw me demo that there at the beginning of the day. At the beginning of the day, I was trying to mess with the template and allow them to type in the image name and the path to the registry and everything. Can't do it because image names are not input text. The only thing you can input is the name of a profile, and the only way you can create a profile is by setting it in the Helm chart. And if you don't put it in the Helm chart, you don't get a profile. Now you can do the template. So I suppose you can't run code even. You can't run code. It has to be part of the Helm chart. It has to be physically written into the Helm chart for you to have that registry. Which means that the only way to enable an extra image to run within the thing is to alter the Helm chart. And that's 100% in our bailiwick. That is our responsibility. We cannot get away from that. That means if we authorize an image, the only thing that they can do is submit a support change ticket and say, hey, I want X and such in my image. We want these extra things in the image. And then we build the images for them. Or they build an image or we do it as a team or whatever. And then we decide and maybe they submit the image. And then we ultimately are the ones who has to add the profile to the Helm chart, which is the final sign off that an image, a gold image, whatever, an extension image is available to everybody who's using our JupyterHub portal. So this is a lot of, thanks for the sub. This is a ton of conclusions one after the other that are business, and we have to deal with legal. Yeah. Then we also have to deal with legal unless we're using a Go image. Well, we have to deal with legal no matter what. So, this is, again, many of these questions that just came up are business related questions that we have good guesses at, but we don't have actual facts on yet. So, but I want to have these business questions kind of at the tip of my tongue when we go to demo it, so I can ask the business, okay, here are the technical limitations, and I can state them in business terms, pointy hair terms. It's like, we have to change the Helm chart to enable a new image. That is a fact. Short of rewriting the entire application or some significant portion of it, that is a fact. So we have to operate within that fact. And that means that only our team can make profiles. And if that's true, which it is, I mean, part of me still thinks that there might be something I'm missing. That's just echoes in my head from other people saying, we can totally do it. We just have to blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, you actually can't. You can't. I mean, not significantly. Go to the booster, great. Oh, no problem. Yeah, go through the old ones, the 2021 ones, and then I'm going to be adding more stuff there eventually. I'm thinking about doing just the TMUX series. Yeah, I don't know, lots of different approaches there. We'll talk about that tonight. So I'm kind of stuck on this thing about building images. I'm going to ask a question. We need to decide who is in charge of creating and updating a profile list. Now I'm going to put images. This is a big business decision. So if we're an operations team, so we need to decide who creates and updates images. And that goes into single user profile list, by the way. That's the Helm chart configuration area. I might save the canonical exploration for my own time later, because honestly, I'm trying to. I'm sorry. I'm doing business think here, so I'm preparing myself for being able to present this idea as a question that does not waste time. We need to come up with a way. I need to help the decision makers get to their decision the most quickly. And if you have any input on this, I know you have to do other things, but if you have any input on this, let me know. I think I answered it myself. I think that physically, we are the only ones who can update the Helm chart. We're the only ones. Which means we either decide the gold images, which are the standard JupyterHub images, which JupyterHub suggests that we use. There's 2 or 3 or 5. The question is, oh my God. The question is, who decides what images go in? And initially, that decision is going to be us, of course. And that's an easy decision because we just pick the standard JupyterHub images. There's 20 of them. There's 20 standard JupyterHub images. So this is very nice to say that. Thank you. We need to decide who does those images. The default ones from JHub, include them all. Yeah. I think we should include all the default ones from JHub and be done. And if people will figure out how to pull down, I mean, they'll be creative. Which ones we keep up to date, right? I think that's the decision. I think that's the decision too. I think we should add every standard. There's 80 of them. There's like 20 of them or something. And then we just put them in. And if that's the case, then I'm almost done. So the only other bottom line requirement, I'm going to put this down here as a thing to do. The only other possible requirement is that we create a post start script so that they are creating things as their user ID. And that's just a convenience for files and stuff. We'll be quick. Yeah, I definitely want to use your mirror tool. Yeah, I haven't seen your mirror tool, but we need to do that right away. So let's actually do that. And I'm going to put decided to mirror all standard JupyterHub images. Do you have that in a gist, and is it open source? Because I'll use it in my Minikube here. Actually, I don't need to because it's all public. But I want to emulate a private registry, so that's something I was going to do with Conoco. No, it wasn't. That was going to be for image builds, which we're not going to do yet. I'm leaving the Conoco stuff alone because that's for custom image builds. We don't need to do that. We can save ourselves all that work, and I can deploy and finish this task. Right. All right, yeah. All right. Decide to mirror all the standard. It's Scopio. Okay, it's a wrapper for Scopio. Okay, I need to learn about that too. I need to learn about Scopio. Learn about for mirroring. I just need to do that. I don't want to lose my to-dos. I know it's ugly in there, but I don't care. It's just copying from one registry to another. That's all I want to do, right? But it's doing it in a way that's aware of our proxy and everything, right? Decided to mirror all standard JupyterHub images only. Build an extended approved JupyterHub image. I want to do this. This is extra work. This doesn't need to be done. I'm glad we're talking about this because this work here, I could easily say that this building our own custom images is not required to end this deliverable. And I could easily also say that creating a post start script that creates an account for the user is required. We've forced them as a Joven user, but I have a feeling they're going to be annoyed by that. If they actually go to the system and it logs them in as them, I think that would be better. I think that would be better. No, I think it should log him in as Joven by default because I don't want to mess with all the internal Joven permissions and everything. Yeah, it would be really great if the Helm chart actually did that, but there's no way it can know because it doesn't know. That's actually a commit. That's probably something we could actually put in the Helm chart. That's a contribution we might be able to make. Run it from login, yeah, for the Scopio stuff. Yeah, I'll do that. What I'm thinking about right now is, so when a user comes into the JupyterHub system right now, they come in here and they fire up a terminal, right? And they're annoyed because they're running as Joven. Ideally, and I think this would actually break a bunch of stuff. When this happened, it would, since it's a user not namespace, we could put a post start script that actually takes over the user, the 1,000 user number 1,000 and says you are not Jovian anymore. We could actually rename that and set up a new one and make the default login something else, right? The problem is that default login would have to be based on something from the namespace for the user that's logging in, and that code exists, but what I'm asking myself is that you don't need to do that. Well, that was suggested that would be a cool thing. Whether or not it's needed is definitely secondary, right? So getting the standard images is the number one thing. I totally agree that getting the images is the main reason. That's the number one thing. So if we do like an MVP approach, right, we want to get that out there and deployed and let people use it. And then maybe if there's enough demand, we have two sort of additional projects, spin-off projects, customized JupyterHub images that go with our company, and exploring post-start stuff so that we could create additional accounts on the spawn when it happens, and that would run every time a new server spawns, a new server pod spawns for the user. The manifest, you can set the UID to run as in there. What? Change the manifest to use the correct user ID. Yeah, but I don't. That has to be done programmatically. Yeah, that has. I don't believe there's a Helm chart configuration for that. I do. Yeah. So question one: is messing with the Joven account going to break anything? I believe. Yesterday and the day before, I kind of thought maybe yes, but I don't think so anymore. Joven is decidedly an account for for the end user. Um, And we know that because this PVC is actually not owned by the Joven account. It's owned by the end user that's been spawning in their namespace. The manifest, you can set the UID to run it in there. It wouldn't be in the Helm chart. It would have to be in the controller itself. Yeah. Well, they have, so the standard, this is where I was going with it. I mean, we're kind of moving past this, but they have there's a hub.poststart setting. And this is a script that you can pull down for the curl, or you can just run it straight up. It'll run anything that'll run on the shell. It is a script that runs as root, I think, on this. You know what? I need to make one. We need to test that. I kind of like this better, though, because then it makes changes to the system before it's handed off to the user. Dave, how's it going? Software pads, we can't. Yeah, you might have to talk to people about that. It can't run as root. The container can't run anything as user. I think it can actually. I mean, it's a container, so yeah. If it can't run as root because it's a container, so it would have to share root permissions with host OS. There's a gatekeeper to kill it. Yeah. Yeah, I just realized. And we're going to need root. The approach I was talking about with post start would require root to be able to fire off the new user, to create a new user. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That makes much more sense. So that's yet another thing that okay. So copying and messing with the template was a non-starter, because you have to. The only thing you can do with that HTML is mess with how the profile list is displayed, but the profile list is created. So, and the profile and the image associations are done entirely in the Helm chart. So you can't fuck with that in the template. That was the first non sequitur. And the second one is that the post start doesn't have root access, therefore it cannot create new users on the spawn. Just to add a user. Well, it's definitely safer to do that. Well, let's think about that for a second. Why on earth would you even need it to run as a user? Okay, the main reason I was having it run as a user is because we were going to be mounting the network space. We're going to be mounting the network space to the user and allow them to get that stuff. But if we're not doing that, we're using Git, then they can just do public Git. They can do public Git pulls and do the proper Git process. Yeah. With Linux, you can log in as a user ID that does not exist. It just doesn't show as a user ID. Right. The only problem this would present would be that we would be creating artifacts that are being owned by the Joven account. It will run as their user ID. I'm just wondering. I think a lot of the hassles that originally were driving the desire to have a user account that's running as a user ID were done by the scratch space storage mount. I now believe those are completely gone. I think they're completely gone. I really like this idea of sticking with the hub as it is, as being mapped to the user ID. No, I mean the spawner is the only thing. So the only thing JupyterHub does is spawn a pod in the user's namespace that goes with the login, whatever login method you use. So when you do that, it expects there to be. So then log into the container. Well, you are logged into the container. And you are a different username. No, there's only the one username. Actually, no. You know what? I hear what you're saying. Oh God, there's another way we could even do this. Yeah. You could just use run ID. Here, I'll show you. So give me a second. Get okay, exec it. Was it Jupyter Jovan session? Is it namespace or n? Hey, let me do n, right? What? Does it have to be namespace? Please tell me it doesn't. I could have swore it was in. Oh, I'm so sorry. I am dumb today. All right, so ID. See, it's 1,000, right? You can't. I don't think you can change that. So, yeah. I mean, we could. This is the thing. I don't want to customize the image. I mean, the way I do it in my workspace is I run a script for entry that allows me to, it runs as root and does all the stuff to do it, and that can be done in the script, right? In the login, you can alter the image to allow it to do that. So no, it's just 1,000. So there's no direct association between this user and the namespace at all. The Jovan user is always 1,000, and you can change the user ID, but you can't fetch the user ID from something, as far as I know. I think for that you'd have to alter the JupyterHub configuration file, and you'd have to fetch that, which you could probably do using Python code, and you could get the user ID and then put that in. That would create conditional configuration in the cube spawner before it spawns. And I'm almost positive that's what Jay did before he left. I do mine wrong. Run as user 1,000. What's wrong with that? It is running as user 1,000. I think it's already doing that. Is it not? I mean, that's in my final version. It's running in dev right now. I have that. I just don't have it in this version. So change it to user ID. Yeah, but I don't. But that's a Helm chart thing, right? That's a Helm chart thing, and that's not something that I could let the user set, or I could even detect. The only way to do that would be to have run as root be derived from. This is another reason you need a controller. I get your point about controller now. Yeah. Because what you're suggesting, yeah. I mean, we can talk about that later. This is an extra thing. Can't do through text. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we can talk about that. But that would be ideal. The ideal. Okay, so let's talk about that. The ideal scenario is whether. The ideal scenario would be that the resulting pod that gets spawned per user in the namespace, which you already figured out, would run as the user that logged in with their enterprise user ID, which is also their Unix ID. So that means when I did ID, it would be my number, right? And the reason I like that is because all the files they create and everything would be consistent with their S drive or whatever, with their mounted drive space. Even if we decide not to mount the space, who cares? Because the user IDs, if they save them in GitHub or whatever, or they copy them over to some other system, those are all things that they can do, by the way. Could work. No ping. There's no sudo over here either. Maybe there is. Oh, is it NetTools? I don't know. What should we install? JQ. Is JQ over here? I wonder if they have sudo access. They do have sudo access. Yeah, we do. This is a different authentication mechanism, though. Yeah. Yeah. This is interesting because this means they can't change their image other than user account stuff. That's a big deal. That's secure. I like it. But that's super interesting. I'm just wondering how much access they actually have. This is the exact same level of access they would have on a multi-user system with multi-tenant, right? With like 32,000, like they do Pico CTF. It was primary idea for containers, immutable environment. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, which I like. I'm glad that's the case. Yeah. For them to run sudo in the container, they would have to run sudo in the host as well. Right. Yeah, and I just occasionally forget that containers are all running under the same host, and that there's no way we want that. Right. This is just a container. If we did that, that would give them access to the underlying host directly. Almost, because they could do all kinds of things. Right. So there's no Docker over here or any of that stuff, which is fine. We don't want them to have that. In a sense, this is kind of a different HPC login approach that's webified. It's one of the things that I want to discuss with the powers that be, because I know they're not coming here for this. They're coming here to build websites and everything, but this JupyterHub stuff is kind of one-stop shopping for everything our users like to do. It allows them to do Python, allows them to do Markdown, allows them to create websites, allows them to create documentation, and allows them access to a terminal without doing anything on their own from any web browser. That's a lot of, birds killed with one stone. So how's it going? Ayush on YouTube. So, I mean, I still feel like this has been a profitable effort here. Next steps, I think I want to get a catalog of all the images and put them in my profile list so I can just copy that over. That's kind of busy work, but it still needs to be done, so I can do that right now. I'm still trying to get my head around what the end user could get out of this, if anything. One thing's for sure, they're only going to be able to do public pulls of the internal GitHub repos. One of the reasons I was trying to do ping is I want to see if I could even see stuff from the outside world. Oh, there is curl. Fuck, that's awesome, because that's all routed through HTTPS. I mean, through HTTP proxy, which I don't need to do because I'm not proxied right now. So this should work. So I can do HTTP. Yep, that worked. With big fat URL. That worked, man. That's probably all they need. That's pretty powerful. And they could just do it as Joven. Maybe, yeah. I mean, having them do this whole thing as Joven, which is what they're going to be familiar with if they use JupyterLab at all anywhere else, it's probably the pretty common thing. Going the extra mile and saying, okay, this is now your user ID for the enterprise, would just be that extra bit of coolness. The reason for that is because the files that are created using the CWatch. See, the reason that I'm so hung up on this is I wish you could customize this, by the way. I don't think you can. I don't think you can customize your terminal. Can you? I don't know. Probably not. Browser menu. Can I mess with my terminal? Simple. I don't know. Enable install Docker. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck this is going on. Yeah. Having deployed in Kubernetes. Right. If it is not about ML, you may want to check out Code Server. No, it is. It's definitely ML stuff. So that was the wrong thing. We need to do, and then do. So this is the thing that concerns me, right? So every file that's created over here will have the ID of 1,000, and that includes files pulled from Git. Now, so the reason I'm talking through this is because I'm trying to think of the workflow. So the workflow would be, if we don't allow them to mount their network attached storage, which it sounds like we're not going to do because of GPFS complications and stuff. What are you talking about? It's not true. Right now, if I create the file has been created. The manifest can start with user 1000. Are you talking about the users on here? Oh. Whoa, now I see what you're doing. I think I just got what you're doing. Will not let the container start. It would not let this container start? Because it's user 1000 on this pod, which is running on a node, which shares the same user IDs as the host. I get it now. I think I get it now. Let me see if I restate this properly. I know we're going to talk about it, but I think the problem is that this whole entire JupyterHub to zero JupyterHub deployment, which we clearly see from the daemon sets and the pre-pullers and stuff, expects to be on clean hosts that are not running anything else, and would not have user ID conflicts. So this pod, even though it's pod that got spawned, I'm going to try to restate this for myself, for my own learning. So yeah, it only allows the whitelisted UID in the label for the NS to run, which means in this current environment, the way I'm running it right now, well, no, I know it's working because it's working in dev right now. If you're saying the policies in dev are not as the same as the policies in, you know what's happening? I think we're actually bypassing the runner's root policy. As your name in Linux is only used for you to see. What? The ID is what matters. Right. But my point is that the files are being created with that user ID. Right. I think MK, these guys are helping me out here. So here we're on the minikube. This is the node. And so I'm going to look at Etsy password and see who's there. So we don't have a user here. Oh, that's part of the shrewded environment. Is that what's going on? Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So Docker is the port 1000. Yeah. Yeah. Go look at dev. Yeah. Here you go look at dev. I mean, we'll look at that too, but this shows me what's up. Because look, see here, see Docker is running as 1000, even though it says my ID is 1000. Run an ID inside the container in the dev environment. Yeah. Yeah. In the dev environment. So I just did that. So it's the same. It's just the same user. Grab Jupyter. Yeah. Yeah. ps-ef grab Jupyter. Jupyter. All right. So we have, Docker, which is running as root in the Docker group. I want to go to dev. I can't do that right now. I'm using Minikube. I want to know how to do this in Minikube first because I want to know how users are working. I will do that eventually. Don't worry. So this is running as a Docker user. The takeaway, the first takeaway I have as a beginner here is that this 1000 ID. This is just a name, and that's what I think they've been trying to tell me. This is just a name. It's actually running as user ID 1000, and which is interesting because watch this. So let's say our users are astute enough to use kube control to connect to their own things, right? See how this says home Joven? That's a lie. That's sort of a lie because if you were to go on the system, we did this already, exec IT. I'm going about it the long way. I'm sorry. It's frustrating some people. I'm just doing it my way. Give me a sec. So -n Jovian, right? So we have people with kube access who probably know how to do this. They can actually go straight on the thing. I was always wondering why it was home Docker, and that's why. So -Joven Oh wait, we need to do which one? And then we need to do Jupyter dash Jovian bash. All right, so wait, now it's Jovian again. Wonder why. All right, I'm reading again. There will be username with ID 1000 no matter the username in the container. Jovian name exists only in the container on the host system UID 1000 ID Docker and Minikube case. Right. The kernel doesn't know the username. Right. Okay, that's good. That makes sense. Okay, I don't know why I was going there. Obviously, the kernel doesn't know the username, and it was all shrouded, so it's that's what allows us to have multiple, different apparent OSs and have to create the username. Yeah, I knew that. I don't know why I spaced that. Okay, I see what you're saying. It only knows users. Yes. All right. If you start something on your localhost in Docker, there will be a username in there. Yeah, I know that because I wrote code to do that. I mean, much. So I wrote this, right? And it actually asked for a new name. So I could say random. So I knew, I don't know why I didn't put it together, but containers, whatever, right? This is all running on the same system, and they can have, whatever IDs you want, and do the extra amounts, and then it will, my Docker is out of sync because it's not a Docker group, but that's fine. And so the point is that containers can have different user IDs. The issue that I keep coming back to is at some level the file user IDs stay in the file. So if the user ID of the spawn system is 1000 and I make a new file, that file is going to have the ownership of user 1000, and that will stay no matter what. So if I tar that file up, people know about this with tar, right? There's ways to get around it. There's obviously ways to get around it, but it's a regular problem where people will tar something up with a specific user ID, and the default tar takes care of it pretty well, but you can have it so that it untars as the user ID of the file. So then you have to make sure that user ID exists on the system. It's a minimal thing. Most people will not know about this problem. But that would be one of the reasons that I would not want to run as the Jovian account. I'd want to run as something else as a user ID. It would also look more familiar to the user at the end of the day. It'd be a difference in the different cluster setups. Yeah. And so everybody's different. In our particular case, we have set up, user IDs for everybody that are consistent across all Unix systems that they log into. So for that reason, that would be a localized customization that somebody else might be interested in. But I would like to be able to do that. This goes for Git commits too. I don't know if anybody has had this problem before, but if you log into a system and you want to do a Git commit and you've checked this stuff out, and you start to create new files in there, it can mess with that. Now Git can, and not always. I mean, Git is usually pretty good at changing the names to be right when you check out again and all that, but you can cause it to Git to commit files of a particular type with a particular user ID, and then have them not sync up with the other stuff. So when you pull them down, it doesn't. It's almost always handled properly by Git, but there's been a couple cases in the past. I don't even remember the exact conditions where I would do a Git pull and I would get files that had a different user ID, and it wouldn't know what to do with it. In the same sense of like untarring a thing that was tarred with other user IDs that didn't exist on the system. So, but that entire problem goes away if we're not using S drive stuff. I mean, if we're this is another thing I want to restate. So, I mean, we had a pretty hard and fast requirement going into this project that we were going to eventually mount shared drive space. We were going to mount, our GPFS, and that is all very strictly, UID that has to have that so that everything would work. And if we were going to do anything related to that in here, so if we were going to try to mount that space into these namespace pods, we would have to have the image at however we did it, the image would have to have knowledge of its default user ID. So as of now, I don't know how. Yeah. So I actually don't think, in fact, even the person who gave me the original requirements kind of backed off of that requirement and said, nah, we'll just use PVC for now. It's fine. And I think that's probably best going forward. I would rather not change too many factors in this, because this is a pretty standard configuration at this point. The only divergence from the standard configuration is our use of the pod spawner, but that's well documented. People do that all the time for under the user namespace. The question right now is, why are we even spawning under the user's namespace if we're not going to be mounting storage? Because it doesn't matter, you know. The only reason would be to have those pods be accessible to the users through the use of kubectl and stuff like that, so they could get on them from the command line and stuff, because they could log into them. They cannot log into the stuff if we run it all. Resource usage, constraints, all that stuff. One of the concerns I have though is I think that somehow the user spawn stuff is not fully logging right. I think the user space stuff is not getting. I don't think it's fully getting all of its gatekeeper policies applied in the check. I don't think it is. I think somehow it's bypassing it. I don't know. It wouldn't make any sense though, right? Because the policies apply even after the fact. It's like regularly, looking for stuff in people's namespaces and calling it out, blah blah blah. So we've got that hurdle down. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. Let me think about that some more. We'll come back to it. So there's sufficient reason to run in an end user namespace. I'm actually going to capture those reasons in the log a little bit. Decided sufficient reason to keep user pods namespace pods decided mounting NAS not needed or perhaps even possible. Decided focus on public Git pulls. On this, so this, let me re-estimate. Let me role play what a user would do here. All right, so let's redo that. I want to do that before we move on too much. So we have, a machine learning user, a data science learner user. So they come on in here and they click start me a server and they pick from a display list. This is you got 30 seconds. If you have to go, I understand. The bottom line is what are they going to want to do? And I think we should force them to pull changes to their Git repo and make the commits on their own local laptop. So they make a commit, and they come into the terminal, and they do a git pull. We can even automate the git pull for them, but we do a git pull, whatever, right? They pull from an internal thing, and they only pull changes. Because if they won't be able to push changes from here because they don't have their credentials and everything unless they set it up. And if they do set it up, they can do that if they want. If they wanted to set it up under the Joven account, they could. They could set up git pushes and pulls. That's up to them if they know how to set up git. That will persist because even though this spawner is going to go away, this spawn pod is going to die, they will still have. This is not a meeting I'm in, is it? By the way, I don't see any invites for me. And yeah, my meeting's at 2 with you, so that's in an hour and a half. So unless I got that wrong, did you send me a different invite? They get right. Okay, so they can mount the SSH config file, right? And they can do a lot of things. This is a fully accessible, it's on our internal network. So if they want to log into our login machines, they can do everything they want. They can customize it, and their changes will be persistent because they have a PVC. So that's really it. The only annoyance will be their Jovian account name. And honestly, this is stuff that we can customize if and when we're able to make that name look like them. That may be fine, but it might be good to keep it to be Joven so they don't get confused. If they, who knows? They're not going to, I don't know. How's it going on my budget? I'm I'm doing some, if you have to go, you have to go. I understand. Thank you. Thank you for your help. I actually am going to look at some of the configuration settings for this while I have a moment. I've never used JupyterHub at all, or Jupyter even. So JupyterLab theme is already dark. I want dark. Oh, well, there you go. It's already better. So it doesn't say theme scroll bars, increase code font size. JupyterLab dark theme scroll bars. No. Article black text indentation. Advanced settings editor. What the fuck? Wow. Code console. What? This is interesting. Look at all these customizations they can do. They probably already know how to do all this stuff. I don't do any of it. So I'm in user land right now, just trying to see what users would do. Our users would know more about this than me. Match brackets true, read only. Also rep column 80. The current leaving Emacs. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Code mirror. This is weird. Grab palette. True debugger, document manager. God, there's lots of config. This is, I mean, it is what it is. I think this project is ready to deploy, honestly. Yeah, you can actually use Emacs in here. You just have to install it. You have to put it in your image. I think the rest of my time while I'm waiting, it should be focused on, wow, look at this. We got all different kinds of stuff you can customize. Emacs Jupyter. Is it an image? Let's VS Code configs. It really is, yeah. So I feel I'm going to do my busy work now. So the busy work that I have to do to really make sure that all this stuff is going to work is I need to, I mean, right now I could pull down my Git repo right here. I could probably try that. That would be interesting. Let me try it. Make directory repos. Make directory GitHub. I'm just trying something really quick. This is my convention that I follow. And then I do git clone HTTPS. And I can't see anything. github.com/rob. And then long time no talk. How's it going? So I'm gonna go into the dot and do. It's not install. It's /setup. Need to install full Vim. There is no full Vim. I definitely need to put that in my image. Okay, I'm gonna kill this one. Watch this. This is cool. This is why you have to be able to do our own images. Stop your server. Stop the server. Stop it. All right, here we go. Start. Data science. Project. Hey, LTN field. It's in the title. I'm just doing JupyterHub into Kubernetes. This is. I think this one has. I think this image has VI. Oh my God. It's so much better. Wait, did I actually customize this? Yeah, I did. Shit. This is crazy. It's because I did it? It's like got my prompt already. Holy shit. Dot. I was gonna say, I think this is default. I think they have a better default here. No, I still need to install it. You need to install full Vim. There's no Vim here. It says it's right there. Do I have a bug? I guess I must have a bug. Here's the whole Vim. I think it's in my installer. It's in my Vim stuff. This is my problem. It's not, Vim setup. Which Vim tutor? There's no Vim tutor. Oh man. All right, fine. All right, fine. Look at the file pane. Oh, right. So, wait. Oh, I deleted it. I'm not going to save it though. I might have to make some changes, but yeah. Construction. Oh, I love electrician stuff. So cool. Super cool. There we go. My setup. Exec bash -l. Fishies. Damn it. I guess my path's not working. Path. What? Exec bash -l. All right, fine. Let's try this again. I must have had an error in the setup somehow. Which Vim? Which VI? Oh, it's just got minimal VI. It doesn't have a full Vim on it. We're definitely gonna have to make our own image. This is interesting because this is the standard one, right? All kinds of cool stuff. Raspberry Pis. Oh, I'm so jealous. Yeah, this doesn't even have. This has got Vim minimal in it. Almost positive. What is it? Dpackage list. What is it? You guys remember? Well, it shows me all my packages. I should know this. I am just old. No, it's Vim Tiny. I'm almost positive it's Vim Tiny. Yeah, it's usually a symlink. It's usually a symlink. So watch. So user bin vi. What? Oh, duh. Yeah. So it's alternative VI. So it is Vim, but it's Vim Tiny. It's not actual Vim. Vim Tiny doesn't have the extras. Nope. So VI version. Oh my god. Oh, that's my vimrc. Shit. What? God damn. Is my VI that old, that new? My vimrc that new? I guess it is. It is. Vim Tiny is totally a thing, yeah. It doesn't have all the Python shit in it. Yeah, it's 8.1. It's too old. It's 2018. It's tiny dash Vim, I think, yeah. That's what I was trying to do, dpackage list. I don't remember. dpkg. I want to say it's list. I can't remember though. Dash help. Oh, you got it memorized? No, it doesn't have anything. I know it's not the right one because it doesn't have vimtutor. If you install the full one, it has vimtutor as well, yeah. Dpackage query. This is a container though, so it seems we're going to be making packages and containers and stuff, which is fun. I like doing that stuff, so we'll see. It is dpackage query. Yeah, I forgot. Thank you. Chat is back. Yes, hi, Philippe. As long as nobody abuses it, it takes you subscribers only chat. It takes 10 minutes of being subscribed to add it. I'm trying to help reduce that. Another thing too is I'm not putting chat on the screen until I have a whitelist. If you would like to join our whitelist list, which means that lots of things, you can just send me an email to rob@rdbx.gg with your email and say, this is my YouTube or this is my Twitch ID. I'm going to be creating a central database that pulls that stuff together. So whether you're participating in Twitch, IRC, whatever, I'm going to start making a searchable database of all chat. We have a lot of really amazing input and stuff, and chat's been abused for the last week and a half. You guys missed it, but yeah. Installed, app list installed. Yeah, I was looking for tiny app list dash install. I don't use that one a lot. And let's grab yeah. So yeah, it is Vim Tiny. Yep. And so that was it. Oh, it's Lubuntu. Oh no, it's not. It's actual Ubuntu. Or is it? Is that an L? Can't ever tell. No, it looks like this is Lubuntu. No, it's not. It's Ubuntu. I don't know what's up with that. Why is it Lubuntu? Or is it actually Ubuntu? You think it's Lubuntu 5? That's interesting. I mean, this reveals a lot about the image. We can go look at the image Docker file at some point and see which one they're actually using. It'd be interesting to go through that. That's kind of what we need to do at some point. Oh, that's a package naming convention. Okay, fine. I thought it was actually Lubuntu. Yeah, I thought it was a 1 instead of an L. An L is this. An L has a little curly thing. Yeah, for a second I thought it might have been, but not. So Vim Tiny, we need more of that. So already I found that with 2 of the standard JupyterHub images, I'm definitely going to want to make configuration changes to keep them up to date. This is important for me because this means when I go back to the powers that be and make a presentation on whether we're going to use this or not, we're going to be signing off on supporting these images. And it's probable that our end users are going to want something more than the standard image. Let me just say again to those of you who are learning how to do Linux and everything, why learning base, VI, and Vim is important. This is a prime example of that. So here I'm about to make a decision about the JupyterHub that's running in an enterprise of tens of thousands of people. Not like a tiny percentage of those are going to be using JupyterHub. And those people that are going to be using JupyterHub are only going to be able to use the standard images that we put in. And we're going to use the standard images that JupyterHub has decided are standard. And those standard images only have a certain isolated set of tools, including VimTiny versus RealVim. Do you see any NeoVim here? Do you see any Emacs here? So what are the chances, even if you're not a Linux person and you're using your laptop and stuff, if you wanted to come into this terminal and be able to use it to do your other data science and share your stuff, which is a very, very real work need, you're going to come in, you're going to want to do some customization or something. Most of our users don't, right? They're Python users who live in Notepad. They don't do that kind of thing. There's no Nano even, right? So I'm taking a moment. This is kind of a sidebar to illustrate for all of our beginners out there. This is why you don't want to use NeoVim. You don't want to learn it. You don't care about it. Maybe how to navigate using the standard configuration. Why? Because you cannot install anything on this system. You don't have the power to install anything on this system. And if you work for the company that I do, you can't even install Linux on your laptop. So this may be your only portal into Linux. And so then you come into Linux through the web browser through JupyterHub, which is not uncommon. There's lots of people doing this right now. That's why we're doing it. And all of a sudden, the only thing you have is the only thing you have available to you is what the powers that be have decided you're going to have. And what they have decided is never going to be NeoVim. It's not even going to be Emacs. It's not going to be Nano. It's going to be Vim Tiny. So I'm saying this not to prove my point that I'm right. I'm trying to educate you. I'm trying to give you the perspective so that you should learn the baseline functional Unix system, Linux system, and the Unix philosophy before you learn any of these other things. If you want to learn Emacs, fine. If you want to learn NeoVim, fine. Don't build your knowledge on top of that foundation. Unless you're always going to have control of your laptop and you're going to be able to run it all the time. If you want to work for a really big company and make big money, which is the company I work for right now, these requirements are going to be in place, whether it's for that or it's for university or for something. The chances of you hitting this limitation is very high. And this is where I come from. People get down on me because they think I'm like shitting on NeoVim and the people who made it. Why can't you just say it was a great thing? It has nothing to do with the people who made it, and it's nothing about that. It's about practical skills that will get you employed and help you maintain your employment. And that goes for the certification exams and everything. They allow Vim, period. They don't allow any other editor. In fact, actually, no, that's not true. They allow Nano in that case. But, you need to learn VI the right way. So that's the end of my little sidebar. But I just want to raise the point because I think it's really kind of cool that they have the exact same prompt that I built all by myself, except for they don't have the branch you're in. I bet they actually would if you did. This is their bash RC. It's pretty good. Oh, look at my editor. That's because it loaded my vimrc. It hates my vimrc because my vimrc is written for a different. I'm gonna have to. This makes me want to change my vimrc a lot. Another reason. What if it was like an it.lua? No, it wouldn't even load anything. So this is my bashrc. It looks like it did load my bashrc. That's good. So it's using my bashrc. That's good. Okay, that's why it's doing it. I was a little confused. It's actually using my bashrc, but it doesn't like my vim. Nope, it doesn't like my vim because I'm using syntax from 8.3, I think. Which is occasionally you have to go back and you have to go back level and decide how far back you're gonna make your vimrc. Config on servers though, right? You shouldn't necessarily need to know, but I have a convention where I always put all of my dot files in my dot directory, and then I pull it down when I'm on a system, and then I'm boom, I'm done. I got my whole workspace. So there's three different. There's four really. There's just use the system, which means you've learned VI and the things that are there already. There's use the system with minimal configuration. That means you SCP over your bash RC, your vimrc, and your tmux RC. In my case, please tell me it's tmux over here. Probably not. Nope. I bet screen is. Nope. Well, fuck that. You know why? Because they want you to fire off another terminal over here because they're thinking like graphic people. It's so stupid. I fucking hate that. Oh well. You can do that on the cert exam though. No tmux for you, not on this terminal. So I'm enjoying exploring what JupyterHub has decided is standard at this moment. So that's the second thing. You copy over your vimrc, your bash RC, and your tmux RC. Good to go. This is also why I don't split my bash RC any longer over 20 files, because I can just copy the file over. I'm good to go. Right? I can dot. The third way is to pull down my whole dot files thing and run my setup script. And if I'm on a compatible, I can do this. I used to be able to do this for Mac, Windows, WSL, or FG. You can do FG and BG. Yeah. There's a million ways to get around tmux's screen, but no. It's just built into my muscle memory to use tmux. So I would, I wish it were here. There's just a million reasons to use tmux's screen that have nothing to do with whether I have a tab or not. So what they would have me do is this. They would have me add a new tab probably. Yeah. Right click for a browser menu, close tabs. So yeah, in fact, I think they have a thing over here. Yeah, here we go. So I have another terminal too. I have one terminal. I mean, I can run another terminal if I want. That's not that hard. I just go back to, I don't even know where it is. Run, tabs kernel, tabs, okay, terminal 1. Yeah, I mean, I can get a terminal. It's not hard. And in this case, I would be copying and pasting using my mouse because, I mean, I'm pretending I'm a Windows-based Linux user, which, I mean, I'm sorry, a web-based Linux user. And then, of course, the third method I mentioned is to just pull my dot files and then run setup. And that, if I'm going to spend any amount of time on a thing, the fifth thing is to just run my container. I can run my container inside of Kubernetes or Docker or whatever, and it's got everything. I mean, it's got every single thing that I run constantly. In fact, I'm considering actually doing that even here when I stream and stuff because I like maintaining an exact duplicate of my workspace environment. And that can be done in a container by managing a Docker file and keeping it up to date with your dot files. So there's like 4 layers of configuration possibility, depending on how much access you have, beginning with, and I call that's a part of the progressive design principle that I first heard about related to web pages, which is you support, progressive web apps. The progressive part means you support what technology you have available to you. You detect that, and you detect how much you can use, and then you only use that, but you support everything all the way back. And that includes text-based only browsing. They don't support text-based browsing. If they don't, they're not. And they need to go back to web developer school, kindergarten, whatever. All right. So let's do this. So this is great. This will actually persist across installs. I can do coding in Julia or R or anything. So probably the next, I only have an hour left before my meeting and I have to drop. Questions from YouTube. So I know what OS I'm running. Pop! OS right now. I'm running Pop! OS on Linux. Yep, with no shame. Love it to death. It runs my games. It runs everything just without a hassle. I had a little hiccup with it with the last NVIDIA release, but no longer. Everything's good. UDFD and BG. Yes. All right. So we go ahead and log out. I'm going to spend some time I'm not going to do post start stuff. I don't even need to mess with it. I don't need to mess with it at all. I don't need to mess with it because I'm going to try to stay with the standard image. I'm actually getting really happy about this because my task will be done. Decided to focus on public internal git pulls. You saw me just do that, right? Let me remind you guys why I showed you all that. I actually set up a customized configuration on my system here by setting up a repo. Oh, did you see that? My CD path is even working. Fuck yeah. That is awesome. Artificial Rob. So I can actually pull down any of these repos. I can even make changes to them. If I wanted to push, I just have to put my keys here. I just have to add another token SSH key here. And I wouldn't be able to use my SSH key agent that I have, right? But I could do it. I could put a key here and commit directly to my GitHub repo and make changes here if I wanted to. In fact, I might do that. I might actually do that to get my vimrc to not spew all those errors. I might spend some time cleaning up my vimrc so that it's conditional and it detects version, so it doesn't throw all those errors. And then I'll have a clean vimrc no matter where I am, even if it's pre 8.1, which our login servers are 7 point whatever the fuck, and I need to put some conditional logic around those as well. Most beginners don't want to spend that amount of time on a vimrc, and you probably shouldn't need to. As I said, you stored in PVC mounted to pod, right? And the PVC is not going anywhere, right? The PVC doesn't go anywhere unless it's explicitly reclaimed. And so that's another question. What do we do with the PVC, right? How do we manage reclaiming PVs after users stop using? So there's going to need to be some auditing questions going on. We're going to need to do some internal auditing. So we're going to have users going to like play around with this for a bit, and they're going to lock down PV. Can't be bad without ACL. Yeah. Gives it a terminal on the node. Yes. I couldn't install anything on there. No. Because the default VM for Minikube is BusyBox. Probably, yeah. No. It's not. It's Alpine. Yeah, the default VM is Alpine. I'm almost positive. Let's check. It's Alpine. Yeah. I have a feeling. I wonder if you can check. I don't know this, Maluba. You might want to check. You might want to see if we could, because you can configure everything else, right? It's Alpine with BusyBox. Yeah, you'll never be able. You can install using Alpine, but you have to do APK, right? Should APK add, yeah. But I see your point. No, let's talk about this for a second. This is actually really critical to learning. If I want to emulate my environment properly, I want to use a host node OS container that is not Alpine, because our nodes are all running on a Red Hat stuff, which makes me wonder: is there another node image? Is there another Minikube node image that you can just put in the configuration like you can with container runtime or the driver? You know, I bet there is. I don't know that answer, but I bet there is. That would be really good to know. Because I don't want to build. I mean, I like the Alpine stuff; it's lightweight, blah blah blah. But I would probably want to build a Red Hat image, because that's what I'm running at work. If eventually, yeah, somebody who wants to use Debian or Ubuntu, I would probably want to use Red Hat, because our underlying, host OS for our container kubelets and stuff is Red Hat. So maybe I'd want to use CentOS or something like that, because I want my Minikube experience to be as close to my work experience, right? So I wanted to emulate the nodes that I have. I understand why they used Alpine, obviously. I love Alpine. But so yeah, let's talk about that. Let's think about that for a second. I have to know that answer right now. Can I use a different VM It's actually a VM. It's not a container image, it's a VM, right? So virtual machine image other than Alpine for Minikube. You found it, right? Oh, wow, cool. So here, apparently it has been found. I'm going to put this in the log. Learned Minikube uses CIC base image. Okay. And Docker images. Are you telling me that it's not an actual virtual machine image? That it uses Docker to fire up the image? That's actually better because that'd be more flexible. Right? That would make more sense. Is the Docker driver in Minikube? Interesting. What I want to know is I can check the VB driver because of Apple laptop. So let me get this straight. So Minikube is a VM, and it uses that hypervisor you were telling me about. But when you SSH into it, it's just enough of a VM to kick off the Docker engine, a container engine, whatever, and then to spin up one of any number of base node machine images. Yeah. Not inside of a VirtualBox. Right. What I want to know is, where does the image come from? Is it a VM image, or is it a container image that's getting spun up in a lightweight VM that's just spawning a container? In which case it would be even more like kind than I thought. Because it's that way, it would be a VM, but it would just be a VM running a container engine, and it's just running, so yeah. So here's all the images. All this stuff is coming down from the JupyterHub stuff. Kube scheduler. These are all control plane stuff. So this scheduler belongs to the control plane. The kube proxy belongs to the worker node. Control manager belongs to the control plane. API server is on the control plane. These would all be under a kube system namespace. I'm just reiterating my learning over the weekend. Scheduler is in the control plane. Dashboard is in the control plane. Storage provisioner is a plugin to Minikube. etcd is part of the control plane. That's the core DNS is part of the control plane. Metric scraper, that's a plugin. Pause is a standard image. It's kind of weird. You don't ever want to mess with it. And that's it. So there's no operating system image here. So that answered my question. Yeah. So this answered my question. So there is no running Docker. There's no Docker image period within Minikube that would be running, which means it's a VM, and which means that it's running Alpine in a VM, and that's probably what VBox Manage is going to show me. Yeah, I was going to do that. So VBox Manage is going to list the VMs. Thank you for that tip, Black Mouse. So you'll see we have a VM. So let's do. This is really cool. Thank you for this. I'm going to have to memorize this myself. This stuff is not show. There's no. I have to set up completion on that probably. I just want to try something. No, I guess not. I was too hopeful. Show VM info. Name of UID. Yep. So at JHub group / guest OS Linux 2.6 UID config file minikube machines JHub VBox. Oh my god, this is so cool. I am so glad you showed me about the command line interface for VirtualBox. I never knew it existed before last week. Snapshot. Thanks for the follows. Star Stock. And we have minikube JHub logs, hardware UID, memory size. Wow, it gave it a full 4 gig. That's not bad. Page usage disabled. VRAM size. CPU exec cap 100%. Enable CPU price. This is so fucking cool. Firmware BIOS number of CPUs. So it chewed up 2 of my 16 CPUs. I think I have 16 CPUs. I might only have 8. Get lots of CPUs in your new computer. It's more important than your fucking GPU. Take some of that GPU money and put it in CPUs. I'm telling you. If you want to do serious shit, you need more CPUs to get shit done these days than you do GPU. Unless you're Bitcoin mining or whatever. Or you really have to have this best special graphic. People spend like $2,000-$3,000 on their GPUs and then they have like 8 CPUs. I don't need more than that. But my games will be happy, I know. Exactly. What's more important, gaming or learning how to partition your system into multiple clusters of... Probably gaming. CPU portability. Boot menu devices disable. Boot device 1, 2. This is why yeah, Varys says gaming. The overwhelming response is gaming. Fine. CPU or special GPU. Yeah. Yeah. 64-bit CPUs. Yeah. Maluba, so when I would like my Linux environment and Windows without WSL2 on my Minikube node, weird to know, I would need to configure Minikube TU to use a different VM image. Really? Interesting. I'm a greedy Dutchman. I optimize profit by making my desktop a VM and my in-house server a PC pass-through. What? A PCI pass-through? That's fucking awesome. That's cool. That's the way you should do it. Oh, it's only 10. Gaming gives entertainment, programming gives you freedom. They're both important. And you see me gaming a lot more lately. Yeah, I'm getting okay with it finally. I'm waiting for the new apartment complex to approve my application. 3 minutes ago? Oh man, good luck on that. Good luck. Seriously, I'm thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. He said, tongue in cheek. No, I really mean thoughts and prayers. I just making fun of the people who say that and then don't do shit. They click like. They click like on Instagram or Facebook usually. That's the extent of their support. Don't be that person. No. Or they the worst is the worst is I love that one. That's my favorite. They'll do a check-in to an on the ground, revolutionary kind of display of rebellion or something, and they're not anywhere near the damage and everything, and they're like, check in, I support you. But I'm not there. I can't go there. I have reasons. I have work now. I can't do it. But I support you. Meanwhile, people were dying and getting gassed and shit. They're like armchair vigilante. Anyway, so that was a diversion. This is cool. Boot disk, DVD. Hey, I have a DVD. I don't have a DVD. Where? My VM thinks I have a DVD, I guess. I do not. I must have made it. It's a virtual device. It's interesting it would make it by default, though. I think that's interesting. I don't know why I would do a hard disk, an actual hard disk. Not a sign. This is cool. I've never seen this. This is the output of the VMware manager, the VBox manager. It shows information about the VM that was created. We're trying to figure out. I think Maluba asked if there's some way to use something besides the Alpine image in Minikube. And you can configure pretty much everything else. You can configure the driver. You can configure, whether it uses VirtualBox or VMware or Hyper-V or whatever. And you can also choose your runtime, Containerd, Creo, whatever. So why not choose your VM image? I have a suspicion it can be done. I just don't know how. Oh God. So 33 days in the same hotel room. Some would consider that a vacation. I know. Don't slap me. I'm trying to find a positive spin for you. Just think of it. All that room service. Isn't the point of Kubernetes that the host OS doesn't really matter? Yes, but the reason that we're considering this is for the sake of training. Oh my God, really? Once you hit 31 days? What? $1,500 back for your staying there for 31 days. The question is, why do I care about the host OS and Minikube? Because part of the stuff that we're doing is related to node management. So part of being a good infrastructure engineer is setting up and managing and knowing how to use the underlying operating system that's supporting to give people access to a minimal Linux terminal right away. I mean, it's literally 2 steps to get to a true bona fide Linux terminal. Number 1, install VirtualBox. Number 2, install Minikube. Number 3, Minikube SSH. Boom, you're on the terminal. However, you're forced to use the operating system that comes with Minikube for their node, which is the extremely minimal Alpine, and which runs off BusyBox, which I like in part. The problem is that knowing that now, I'm not going to be able to teach sort of basic Linux skills to beginners other than using the terminal, because they're not going to be able to apt install anything. And that's actually been a big part of my last boost. And I was using Docker Desktop for that, which I may still continue to do, because it's a really fast path to getting Docker running, even though it's Docker Desktop for Windows and Mac is proprietary. So yeah. Survey, I know what, oh, yeah, already nice. Okay. Hardware virtualization enabled. Graphics controller. Oh, Provisor. Oh, that yawns because I had too much coffee. That's what that means. 3D acceleration disabled. 2D acceleration disabled. Shit. Storage controller. This is interesting. It gives me lots of good information. Oh, there's the ISO. Whoa. There's my boot image. And my VMK disk. Yep. Interesting. But you can tell them to run Docker run TI Ubuntu on Minikube to get a terminal. You absolutely can. And that's what I'm thinking of doing. Yeah. Because ultimately, when they install Minikube, I don't want to talk about Minikube. I want them to use Docker. And if they haven't installed the Docker desktop, Minikube will give them a Docker command. And so everything else about the boost will be the same. Yeah, coffee is damn, yeah, it definitely is wrong. It drops you. There's actually a reason that it drops you too. So NAT cable connected. I wonder if it's NAT tunneling or if it's doing peer. If it's on the network as a peer. No, it's not. It's NAT. It's definitely NATed. Okay. Good to know. What do you got? Kubernetes Minikube blob. VirtualBox.go. What the hell? Oh, what is that? Black mouse. He sent us this link here. Package VirtualBox. Drivers. Yep. This is just all the drivers, right? Yep, one Minikube source code. I see. Yeah, it's just the driver interface. Yeah, it's pretty cool though. I love reading through the Go code. Learn Go. I mean, if you want to do any of this stuff, learn Go, because you're going to be able to read through the source software and when the docs don't cover it. CC Minikube SO. Minikube SO. The share. Oh, 57. Yeah, let me finish looking through this. I'll go look. Machines JHub, JHub.web. Webm. That's interesting. What screen capture stuff even? That's interesting. VirtualBox base driver. I actually think I already did a search for this, so let me go look somewhere else. This is me logged in still to that endpoint. I got lots going on. Time to clean up. Alrighty. Oh, we need to put the registry login on there so we can put our own image up. We'll do that later though. I need to get a list of all the images, and I want to play with Canico. So I got lots to do. We don't really need Canico, but I want to learn it. That's something I have to do on the weekend because it's not specifically related to this task at hand, particularly if we're the only ones putting images in. Then I don't have to entertain a training system about how you can build your own Docker images, because it's like, we make the image. If you want something and it's not there, tell us and we'll put it in. I think that's probably the way to go forward on this. There's hard-coded gold image in Minikube for Minikube. Really? Sounds like there is, yeah. Thank you for that. That's really good information. So I want to put that in here. Yeah. Minikube hard-coded to use this image. Copy link address. Paste. Hard-coded to use a specific image. I'm going to put a thing here. Yep. All right. So, yep. Why didn't I do it? I mean, that should do a hard return. It's not showing it though. Well, that's fine. Config.json. Is he saying you can change the image? Shit. Really? Oh my God. Minikube. Config.json. Yep. Profile JHub. So apparently there's another one that we can use. I'm kind of getting sweaty. I should probably open the door because I'm working so hard. I am actually. This is hard work. It's fun work though. I like it. There's QB. I got to keep that up. Minikube cluster config, keep context, Minikube ISO. So wait, this means you can change your ISO. Shit. It absolutely means that. Yep. That's super cool. My God, I'm so glad you found that. Minikube config profiles. JHub config. There you go. What? It is there. So this means we can change this ISO. Yep. This means you could change the ISO. We could like make our own ISO and make sure. I'm sure someone's done it. Someone has definitely done it. Someone has definitely swapped out and put their own there. I mean, it kind of defeats the purpose of using Minikube in the first place. Yeah, it would be very painful because you'd have to make sure all the pieces were in place. Yeah. I've heard, I mean, Tanya was saying that the Minikube's come a long way actually, that they've created a lot of these inroads, and you know, hosting under Docker, for example, is something that was recently added. So it's interesting. It's really interesting. Yep. Yep. There's another open source project if you're interested. Minikube could always use some help. People ask all the time, well, what should I do? And I'm like, dude, there's like lots of opportunity out there. You just got to learn it and jump in. So yeah, that's good. I think that's enough information for me. Yeah, I'm gonna put another tilde /dot config /profiles to kind of give a hint of where to find it. Manage and reclaim people have to stop using. We need to ask that question. Try to focus on the public internal Git pulls, which are possible. You can also do personal private configuration of the image. It's all not related to the nodes. What is my Docker environment? Actually, let me try that one really quick. This is not image, just not related to work stuff, but I'm kind of waiting. I got a meeting at 2 with Billy on all that stuff. And I think I'll be done for the day, actually. Because I'm going to have some, I need to do the busy work. The busy work is I need to get all the stuff in here that we're going to do. I also need to just do my stand-up. I have something going on at work I got to read about. All right, so just checking on some stuff here. Make sure there's nothing I am missing. I am at work, so I gotta make sure that I respond to team room chat and stuff. Nothing specific related to me right now. Or our team. Just a question about a ticket. About a help ticket. Okay, so yeah, let's I need to get the images in here. I need to figure out what all the standard JupyterHub images are, and I already read about that. I'm not going to build any images. I'm going to do this stuff later. I'm going to put the Kaneko stuff in my own personal learning. It's really cool stuff. I'm going to look, all that stuff is not required for this task. So the next major task I need to do is to get a list of all the images so that I can run them through our script that Billy wrote to migrate them from externally into internally and get them approved. And it has to be the list of the standard JupyterHub images. So I need to compile a list of standard JupyterHub golden images. That is necessary because I want that to be a part of our demonstration because I want to put them in the profile list. Add full profile list entries, single user dot profile list entries for each, and I don't know how many there are. I'm gonna have to write an automated generator for that, but we'll do that. Config container version.yaml. I think you're talking about something else. Yeah. Config container. Are you saying that there's a way to port? Oh, okay. I was just gonna ask. Oh, it gets the list mirror list from. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Just a little bit of insight from my coworker at work about where to put this image of golden images. No reference to Moses. Can't resist. I couldn't resist. No, that's fine. We'll get the syntax. Oh, you're saying I could probably just look at the syntax right now and then save myself some work by writing in that syntax right up front. All right, I'll do that. That's a good idea. Thank you. Um, yeah, I'm gonna go log in right now. I'm gonna have to log. I I need to log in. I cannot believe the volume of things you can get done, the number of things you can do these days remotely without even logging into your VPN. I have been off of the VPN all day today, and I've been able to do everything related to my job. It's crazy. You almost don't need a VPN anymore. It's a whole cloud, particularly with Slack and Team Rooms and all that stuff, like with Active whatever from Microsoft. Yeah, the ECK one. Okay. Um, I just think that's crazy. I just think it's crazy. It's you're talking about a guy who came from the VPN world and pre-VPN world, and technically you could do it back then, but it was a lot harder. You have to tunnel stuff, and it just blows my mind. And I mean, in my phone, I have it on my phone. I disabled it. I don't have it on there, but you could have it on there. I don't know if I trust everybody on. I don't have my company on my personal phone. I don't know about that. But if it means participating in chat while you're on your bike or something, I did that once when I was at Nike. I had an hour and a half commute by bike each way from Beaverton, from Gresham, Oregon to Beaverton, Oregon, and I would put my headphones on. I actually would I had big headphones that covered my whole ear because it would get cold, and I had this big headset on so it would stop the wind noise. I had this like headband that went around. It was really funny, and it was plugged into my phone, and my phone was also the primary support line for our internal SwooshNet, which was anything related to our internet. I was the single point of contact back then, and no kidding, I would take support calls on my bike without anything else with my like flip phone, my big old Motorola flip phone, like right here while I was writing, and it wasn't that windy. It was crazy. It was because I was slow and stuff at that time. Seriously, I would take customer support calls while I was riding my bike to work. I remember those days. It was really funny. It could have been so much easier today. I watched the guy that does the Japanese delivery stuff on his bicycle, and I'm like, I want your setup, dude. Seriously, I'm gonna like completely clone his setup because he's riding his bike all the time. And there's no wind noise. There's no nothing. He's got pristine video and everything. It's really really cool. I really want to do that. Anyway, I'm getting a little bit sweaty, which nobody wants to see. All right, so what am I even doing? Rockstar, Rockstar, BOFH of the bike. He really is. BOFH. I mean, I figured why not? Because it was like sometimes I wouldn't take the call and everything, but usually when I was late because I got up at like 8 and I didn't get to work till 9 or 10. It was the craziest thing. I had no life because it took me seriously. It took me 90 minutes each way, and so I spent 3 hours of my life commuting by bike just to get to work. I had 3 lockers in our gym because nobody uses a particular shower that I did. I'd get up really early and I would get on the bike. I would ride to work. I would go in. I would shower, and I seriously I would drive the car every month, and I would take all of my work clothes and I would put them there, so I didn't have to transport the work clothes. And so I would put the work clothes in there, and you can understand I only wore the work clothes at work, so I could cycle through them pretty well. But I used 3 lockers, and I seriously my entire wardrobe was stored at work, and so I would bike into work, and I would stretch and shower, and there was never nobody but in there, because it was usually so early. If that mic is against wind, it catches it. Yeah, you need some hood for mic and have it aimed at you. Yeah, yeah. He's got the whole setup going down. He does a really good job of it. I want to go study what his setup is. He does it really well. I think he might actually have a face mask on sometimes too. I think he has some other way to protect it. I think it's a lavalier like lapel mic. That's my goal. My goal is to get that kind of mic and I'm gonna buy I've got a green light to buy the GoPro stuff because my wife also needs it. I kind of want to get it before this run. They're going to be doing a art mural run, 5 mile run, and if I could do the run with I probably shouldn't do that though. It's a nice easy run, so I could probably still talk. I've never seen anybody actually running or jogging while they're talking. They're usually riding a bike or something, so they're not really winded or anything. I mean, I don't know. I'm just interested in exploring that whole idea. Back to what I was supposed to do. We're looking for different images here. The image list for JupyterHub, pristine images, and I'm going to make that list. I was actually logging to my work system here to see the format for the YAML file that we already have built. Billy has already built the work to keep track of this stuff. And I'm in the infrastructure charts directory. I'll go look at the indicated location. Chart name configs container. Configs container. Okay, so yeah, technically I didn't even need to log into VPN for that. I could have just done it over the web. Yep. Charts. Yeah, ECK operator. Containers. Containers. Logstash, Kibana, Elastic Agent. There's a make file. It's just a shell script. I sometimes do that too, because make is a standard command. People will make if they're going to make a shell script, sometimes they'll call it make because their fingers remember make. I get that. That's why I would do that too. There's a Docker file in there. I don't see a YAML file though. Yeah, bunch of labels. Make file. No, nothing there. You tried walking desk. If you're slower than 2.5, yeah, you can totally do it. It's just a matter of you getting too tired, right? Yeah. Yep. Install plugins, Docker file. Is it a repo? Maybe it's. I'm not seeing it. Let me check. The agent itself probably has an image. Oh, there we go. No, that tells the remote repo, but it doesn't say where it's coming from. Let me read the make file again. Proxy, date release. I see some code in here that I recognize. Reset green and red. Or terminal escapes for the colors. That's always fun. It's always fun when you run across code that you may have influenced someone to write. For the best or the worst. Yeah. So labels, tons of labels. It doesn't look like YAML to me. Looks like a properties file. Yeah. I'm just gonna make a list. I'll talk to him later. I'm gonna talk to him at 2 anyway. So, I'm not seeing any kind of YAML organization for it, but it's fine. There's the Scopio though. I have to learn about Scopio. I don't know what that is. Apparently it's a way to transfer images around. So we're gonna figure that out. Not right now, but eventually. All right. So next, I need to go do some homegrown research here for the images. I need to find out what images we need. And I was already there once, so this isn't going to be hard. Do a little bit of cleanup. This is all listed in the Zero JupyterHub docs, so I'm gonna go look it up. Profile list images. So if you want to follow along, some of you may not know, but if you're in Twitch, every time I do a search like that, it prints a link to the same exact search in the chat. So you can click on it if you want to look and follow the search results in your own way. You can just follow along. You don't have to get the URL. And you'll get my exact search criteria. Maybe you don't want to use links. So there's all the this is all the documentation for all the thing. So we're going to do profile list, which is the key. Prepolar profile list, that's different. Single user profiles. Okay. So here's the sample profile list that I use all the time. Extra files, I don't remember that. Extra files to be injected into the pods container at startup. We might have to use that. Configuration files, custom user interface templates, images, and more. I'll always use this example of the configurations. That seems like too much work, though. I'd rather make a new image if it's going to be significant. That does allow you to use a baseline golden image, though, and then have certain configurations to it, like branding or something. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know if I would rely on it heavily, but yeah. Curious. It's curious that his brother gave you that scar. We do not speak his name, Mr. Potter. It's almost time for Harry Potter again. Can I say I'm excited? I'm like distracted right now. I really am. Single user profile. I love Harry Potter. I'm going to watch it. I didn't read it. Don't yell at me. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand reading it. It's too boring. I'd rather read Lord of the Rings than Harry Potter. But it is that time. It's time for a good read and nice warm fire, etc. More information about the profile. Let's see KubeSpawner's documentation, which I did. The image pullers are aware of the overrides of image single puller profiles. They won't be if you configure it to JupyterHub's configuration profile list. Note: the image pullers are aware of the overrides of images in single user profile lists, but they won't be. Oh, we're talking about pre-pullers and shit. No, we're not using that. But they won't be if you configure it in JupyterHub's configuration profile list. In other words, don't use the extra config. Use the profile list in the Helm chart. This is the ongoing dilemma: how much to put in the Helm chart and how much to put in the actual overrides and things. So yeah, here's a good example of a single user. I have this exact code. Shared 8 CPU cores. What? Oh, I didn't realize you could do this. Extra resource limits. Whoa. Single user extra files. I don't remember being able to do this. This is super cool. We're going to have to make these images ourselves. And so I'm just going to put the standard images out there. And if somebody wants an extra image, we'll do them. Yeah. I'm going to get a little pushback because we already have a thing called Run Jupyter, which lets them do whatever they want. Yeah. Whatever image they want. And I know that's going to get pushback. But we can talk about it. I need to set up a meeting for that. All right. So I'm going to look at this. The KubeSpawner documentation refers to the images by default that are used. This is the Python documentation for KubeSpawner for JupyterHub. It's a pain in the ass to read. Arg list. Allow privilege escalation. It's Boolean direct control whether no new privs flag can be set. Allow privilege. I don't remember that one. Mix with the follow over. Kubespawner.args lists extra arguments past a single user server. Just expansion allowing you to. Auth hook, no. Do. I don't feel like that's everything. I feel like we're missing something. These pillars are aware. I feel like. No, I'm gonna go back. Just command tree. Address defaults. Option pull the profile list images. Ooh. Alongside test for hubs that may have large images in profiles. To behind some issues we were working. See the pods failing to schedule due to timeouts network. Interesting. Customize user environment. Yes, that's what we want. This is the one that has it. Docker image. There are also many different tools that can provide interfaces. The image will be example to determine what Linux software, programming languages, blah, 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 developers. To get started customizing environment, see topics. Choose an existing Docker image. We already read this, but I'll read it again. Project Jupyter maintains the Docker Stacks repository. Yay, team. This is the one that we need to go to. I wonder how many there are here. Probably a lot. I'm going to have to open this in an actual web browser. Yep. Let's do that. So, all right. Jupyter Docker Stacks ready. Docker images contain Jupyter applications. Quick start. You can try a relatively recent build of the Jupyter base notebook image on my Blender. Docker Stacks and Jupyter Docker images. Other 3 examples will get you started. Skippy notebook. Oh my god, how many of these are there? It can be interesting. I should just pull this repo. Which I'm going to do. Copy. Kill this. cd github.com. Make Jupyter. What? Okay, fine. You're telling me I have this already? I guess not. GH repo clone. That. Docker Stacks. CD into Docker Stacks. And what do we got? We got all of these things. Of course, we have a make file. There's no need for a make file here. Stupid, silly people. Maybe, I don't know. All images. Multi-images. What does that mean? Base notebook, minimal notebook, R notebook, Skippy, SciPy notebook, PySpark notebook, AllSpark notebook. Images that can only be built on the AMD64 architecture. All images that can only be built on AMD64. I mean, you could probably put that. This is all information. That's not many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The base notebook, minimal notebook, R notebook, Skippy, TensorFlow, data science notebook, PySpark notebook, AllSpark notebook. I think that's enough to get us going. I'm going to go ahead and go with that. Oh, my timesheet got approved. Yay. That means money's coming. We get paid weekly. Tech Systems pays you weekly. Yeah, it's funny. Because it's, it's contract work. There's a lot of things different about contract work that I didn't know about. I'm still trying to get used to. So if you forget to get your thing in, you have to wait for a week to get paid. But you're like, okay. I'm used to getting paid once a month, so. What do we have? Okay, so that is not that many images, actually. In fact, I wonder if there's a profile list that already writes about all of them. Do I have to write this all myself? Like verbosely write all this shit? I probably should, right? And there's only that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's only 8 images, and I have like 4 other custom images that we build for the company. Then we should be fine. Yeah. Yup. Barbaric yup. 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 All right. So values.yaml. How much time I got? I got 15 minutes. He'll tell me where I put them, but I'm going to make a profile list for them, which we already need. This can go away. Bye-bye. Prepolar is false. Hook enables false. Single user above. There we go. Data science environment. The default. I don't. No, you go away now. We're not going to have a default. We're going to have only specified names things. Yep. Yup. All right. So display name. Display name. I just cut and paste this stuff into the work thing. So I'm going to make my own names up because reasons. Base notebook. All right. So it's just a base notebook. A package is ready for me to pick up. Oh, my wife is going to be very happy for reasons I cannot express right now. All right. So we're going to make a base notebook, which shall be the default. Description. There's going to be some description of this. Oh, does it have it? Wait, does it not have it? I'm going to get all these images first. I'm going to put them all in and I'll go splunking for the rest. All right. So base notebook. And then what? Then we have the minimal notebook as opposed to the base notebook. I don't know what that means. I'm going to put standard. I probably should put like some... I don't know what we call it. What is this? Standard? Then what? We have our notebook. I want standard to be next to them so that it says which one is. This is where we would probably make a template configuration change because we want to group all the ones, even though just make a different way to select them. You know, have all the custom ones be a different place. I don't care though. So SciPy. That's a SciPy notebook. The data science people are like, oh my God, this dude knows nothing about data science. You would be right. I know that people hate calling it data science who actually know what it is. Seriously, I went to a machine learning group and I said I use the term data science and they just shook their head at me. Like, why do you insist on calling it that? Like, oh, I'm with my people. The like really pedantic people who hate calling shit that doesn't make any sense. Data science. I'm going to get rid of notebook. I'm going to say this. Base, minimal, R, SciPy, TensorFlow, data science. This is the one I tested out of all. PySpark and AllSpark. What is that about? Additional bells and whistles. Keeps on override. No, description goes away. Just Ubuntu. We tried that and that was a big fail. You cannot use, just so you know, you cannot use images that are not JupyterHub happy. The study of data. That's what I would call it, but they got mad, man. They did not like it. Not mad, but madish. They were like, no. I was like, oh, that's like full stack engineer for you. Exactly. We do machine learning. I'm a machine learning engineer. I'm a blah, blah, blah. They just don't like the term data science, which is now one word apparently. I don't know when that happened. Sometime along the road. PySpark or AllSpark. If it's AllSpark, does that mean I can write it in Go? I bet I can. I bet it doesn't have Go in there though. I'm going to make a Go image to do data science machine learning. I'm going to be the first. Call artificial intelligence, they'll get even more angry, right? Because it's so broad. No, it can't. I know. They just get ML and Go sucks. Everybody keeps saying that. Oh, it can absolutely do ML. I trust this machine learning expert that I read a blog on 2 years or 3 years ago. He was obsessed with Go. He threw Python out the window as soon as it had TensorFlow support. And he was like, it's just going to get better. He admitted that there were some things missing. So I'm going to stay hopeful. I think that's going to happen. Unless you're right, useful libraries. Well, apparently a lot of the base libraries have already been. Hey, Jokerpock. First time chat from a viewer. Hello, everyone. Here's a dumb question. I've seen a beginner boost links on the channel's description. There's Linux terminal beginner boost and Kubernetes beginner boost. There's the same material. They're two separate courses. In case you're giving away. I've been in the middle of changing all of that. That's why we're confused. Did you see that? Was that on the About page? If it's on the About page, I'll go fix it. Thank you for a reminder. If you just go to the Boost page, the Boost now has 4 different paths you can take. The old 2021 videos, which are, I'm kind of rewriting a new thing. It doesn't use dates. That's my most significant content. That's the one I would do. And then there's the old 2020 videos are even linked from that. You can read about the modern path I'm changing. I'm changing it to a choose your own adventure kind of thing. So you can make decisions along the way. It's just going to be a lot harder to write it that way. So that's what's up. That's my short version of that. If you go to Artifacts Rob on GitHub /boost, you'll always get the right thing. And eventually I'm going to actually make a boost.rbx.gg. And that's not ready yet. I don't know whether I'm going to do boost.rbx.tv or I'm going to do boost.rbx.gg. I don't know yet. I'm still trying to decide on that. Right now it's just Git. ML and Python. Everybody says ML and Python is the best, but there are a lot of different. Let's just put it this way: the Google. It was when was this? 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the evangelist, the machine learning evangelist, the most important person at Google related to machine learning and its relationship to how it gets adopted, went on stage at the machine learning conference and started the conversation with the audience by saying, "You no longer need Python for TensorFlow." He said those exact words, and he was specifically referring to TensorFlow.js, but he went on to say that there's lots and lots of languages that are going to be supported. So the direction from the TensorFlow team at Google is to not be dependent on any specific language. And of course, TensorFlow is a C++ library. So it doesn't matter. Tools. It's going to be tooling, right? But tooling is going to become less and less important. Pretty soon, I mean, the way machine learning is going, I can talk about this forever. I can. The way machine learning is going, everything is going to be doing machine learning. Everything. So any language that wants to be relevant in that space is going to have to do machine learning, because machine learning is becoming, software engineering is becoming, let's duct tape together a whole bunch of machine learning models. It's becoming more of that every day. Every day it's becoming that more and more. And so the careers are going to continue to be that. And things and tools and stuff are going to be continuing to evolve in that space. They're going to allow that to be easy. And they're not going to be just Python, I promise. Python is really good there because Python is a really fantastic duct tape language for, bringing things together. Probably the best one, actually, because it from what I understand, I've never done it, but from what I understand, it has a really superior C stub API. So you can write C code pretty quickly, C++ C code, and then you can wrap it in a nice, happy, pretty Python module. Problem is that distributing Python absolutely is disastrously bad. And because Go and Rust both allow the embedding of C code, we're going to start seeing wrapping of, Go does it equally as easily as Python. There's just not enough people doing it yet, but they will. The hackers have already done it. The hackers are already using this to bypass virus detection. They're just encapsulating C code. It's so fucking easy. So as soon as the machine learning team comes around and starts, they won't, because they just like Python and don't want to learn Go. going to be a few people that are going to break through that. They're going to do Go, and they're going to see how easy it is to stub software and to write, encapsulating wrappers in Go for TensorFlow and all these same existing C libraries, whatever, NumPy, all the, which are just, those are just wrappers for C libraries. And the more of those C libraries that get directly implemented as tools and libraries, it's just going to take off. It's going to continue to go up because the end result, even the machine learning people will agree, they hate the biggest pain point with Python is distribution, because they have to do Python virtual environments. I can't really stick it in containers, a more complicated container, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, they'll still tell you that that's the biggest pain point. There wasn't even an official agreement on how to distribute Python code until like 3 years ago. There was like eggs and there was this and this and this. Go is like dominated that space with cross compilation. And the future is cross compilation. So I'm going to make the case, I'm saying this really quickly, but I'm going to make the case that languages like Go that have really, really easy C stubbing and implementation, which is why, according to one blog, the number the amount of malware has increased 2,000%, because it's so easy to take existing C code and put it in Go. By that same logic, we're going to start to see lots and lots of machine learning C and C++ libraries there already are, but there's going to be even more and more tools that are going to be implemented in Go. And it's just a matter of time. Eventually people will come around. Those pain points will eventually catch up, I think. One of the main justifications for JupyterHub is because Python can't be just run. You can't make an executable from it. I mean, you've got to do other stuff, right? So the reason JupyterHub is so popular is one of the reasons for that is because of Python, some of Python's greatest pain points, and that's why people like it. They like it because it gets them off that. I can run my Python in a web browser. What? I don't have to write it in JavaScript. So that's one of the big pain points, and it's just a matter of time before you can put other languages in. You already can. You can already have other languages put into the images. There's still companies that are like definitely standardizing. Our company very publicly has stated many, many times that they've standardized on Python for everything internally, and that's fine. Companies make that decision all the time. They're not interested in Go at all. So I particularly love Golang, and obviously so. OpenCV and Go, yeah. HM, OpenCV and Go, maybe something to look at. There are a few of them. And when source data typing is consistent, right? Black Mouse, let me see what you have to say. I have some comments on that. Let me read them. Let's see. We should be clear. Scala is nice for two. Yeah, absolutely. Scala is the same sort of thing. Elixir is going to this data world also. Yep. I love Elixir. Elixir is the sexy language I want to learn. It's the sexiest of all the languages that I want to go still learn. I haven't learned it yet. ML and Python, it doesn't have a lot of opportunity. It's just a cool language. ML and Python, sex from the point of runtime, absolutely. ML and Go, sex from the point of view of tools, absolutely. Black Mouse. Direction to Golang for sure. The primary problem of Go is it's hard for ML engineers. No shit. That's actually a myth, though. Most of the engineers that are writing Python code, to be fair, Go's support. I mean, let's be real. Python is the world's best scientific calculator. I mean, even little things like the three condition, greater than, less than situation. It's just Python is so elegant for representing math, and it has so many other advantages for people that are already interested in that kind of thing. Go doesn't have that. It might. Some people say that the generics are going to make that more of a thing. We'll see. Go has never been targeted at that space, though. It's been targeted at it, but not to the extent that it's going to be a calculator, right? Static typing, lack of class. Yeah. I have really love examples of good ML. In what? One group of people working out a math model, no code. Second group, MVPing with Python. Third group, implementing in C++. Right. Static typing in cases where you cannot predict sources. This is why it's funny you said that, because I just mentioned generics. Yeah, I think one of the reasons I hate generics, I mean, I don't hate it, but I'm worried about them. I think generics might actually put Python and Go more at odds with each other, because I think we're going to start seeing libraries implemented generics that are going to be you're going to start to see, calculator type things that you would see normally in R or some other language. And I think we're going to see that a lot. It just hasn't, I think that's one of the final steps. I know you can't implement like a rooted node tree with a generic node type. That's you can't. You can do as interface, but it's not as clean. So that stuff, generics is going to open that up, and I feel like that's gonna release that pain point, and it's going to really put Go in the same space as Python. It can easily wrap other languages besides Go or Python. Yeah, Rust does it pretty well. Well, it's Rust, right? But you can still put C code in Rust. The ability to embed C code inside of another language is getting more and more popular. You kind of have, if you want to fight in that realm, you kind of have to have C compatibility. And there's only LLVM has brought a lot of stuff into that. PyTorch. The reason this all got brought in here because PyTorch, right? Yeah. Yeah. PyTorch is all the rage. Every single machine learning person I've ever talked to recently, or listened to, more importantly, people I hear talk about machine learning stuff at work and elsewhere, they're just raving about PyTorch, like going crazy on it. So I don't know why that is, how it relates to like Keras and everything. I know enough to see. I've seen models done and trained. Some guys that were here, they're in Colombia now. One guy who's in Colombia now who's really obsessed with it. He's doing stuff. I missed him a little bit. He was doing stuff I had a really hard time understanding though. He didn't write anything down. I was like, please write it down about it. What's it implement? Yeah. I think I caught up. Opus Open CV4. Yeah, Go CV is going to be interesting. I'm not making a rushy conclusion. I'm just saying, yeah. Can easily wrap other languages besides Go. Yes. Go Torch. Yeah, I remember Go Torch. I forgot about that. Yeah. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah. Okay, so I'm glad you brought that up. I'll just conclude this little sidebar with this. When the Go community is faster at responding when something becomes popular in the machine learning space to developing a new one. They're also doing that. They're also doing it in the science, in the security space. So GoBuster is only Go, right? You're starting to see that when there's a good tool in Python or Java or something like that, that there's almost an immediate response from the Go community to create a parallel tool. And to me, that's an indication that there's momentum there, that it's going to continue to go that way. And I don't know how well that's going to pick off, but we'll see. Live for data frames. Yeah. Yes, this is true. How hard authors try, it seems just a parody of pandas. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about those particular things, but I can see that happening. Yeah. We're going to eventually, I just think it's going to get better. Python is still king. For scientific projects, hands down, yeah. That's because scientists and academics don't like anything but Python. They don't like they sit there and write Python in their Emacs. And then they tell all of their students that that's what they should do and that's all they need to do. I don't know how many times I've had to deal with somebody who's gone through that situation and come out of academia totally jaded. Like, all they want to do is write Python in Emacs. Or maybe some C. It's like, I have not been able to figure that out. My personal perception is that every time I do a little bit of informal research a lot of times, I will ask somebody will like Emacs, and without attacking them at all, I'm like, how did you hear about it? Tell me about this. And it's there's a small percentage who actually hear about it from people on YouTube. But the greatest percentage is people that my professor told me to use it. Almost all. And almost every person I've ever asked, which at this point I'm guessing is around 10 people. And so it's not a scientific study by any means, but I continue to get the impression that academia likes Emacs a lot, which makes sense because they're just sitting there, right, on the same system, coding their algorithms that they need to eventually speed up and write in C, so they'll write a wrapper for Python. So to me, that's why I think, absolutely, like astronomers and people like that, they're obsessed with Python and C, and it's either C, Python, and it's all written anyway. I don't know. Occasionally I'll even see that on the screen. XKCD. You did? That was where you learned. That's funny. That's pretty damn funny. Yeah. I got a meeting. Oh, my meeting is right now. Damn it! Shoot, I've been talking. Let me ask him if he's ready. If he is, I'm gonna have to close the stream down. In fact, I probably need to do that anyway. Normally I go to 3, but today I have the meeting, so I'm gonna have to drop early. I will be back tonight doing hopefully some coding, a little bit of coding on some stuff. But I do have to go. I have to go have a meeting. We're gonna talk about this JupyterHub stuff some more. Thank you for joining me, and I will do fishes and chill. How about that? So you can turn me off, but it'll be music. Take care. See you, YouTubers, everybody. Watch the schedule. So RWX Rob on Twitch /schedule.